feeling too more.
Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. I am happy and overjoyed to see all of you in chat, and anyone who is watching via YouTube. I also am happy to see you, even though you're not actually technically here right now where we are, but you are here right now where you are because you're watching this. So we're time travelers is really the long and short of it. Hi, hello, I'm troopersjp, and I am the GM for this show, and this is our first episode of season 5 with the whole cast, episode 3, and I'm very, very excited to jump into it. But before we do, I want to say there are ways to support us. That's the first thing I'll do. How can you support us? Watch the show. That's the number one thing you can do, because that's, I think, what we love the most. We love to know that there are folks who are appreciating all this stuff that we're doing and all this work. So you can do that. You can also join our Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and that goes to help pay for the cast. I'm doing a thing for this season once a month, which means before, I think I've got, when does the 1st of March? When is that? Tuesday?
Yeah, it's Tuesday, yes.
Yeah, so around then I will release, or maybe the day before, we'll see, I will release the first of 4 interviews. So there are 4 months of our season, and there are 4 cast members, and I'm doing an interview with each one of the cast members to talk about their characters. And Lindy and I had a really nice chat for about an hour and some last night, all about Frida, including a lot of backstory things about her and how she came up with her character and exactly what is going on with her mascara. As a matter of fact, there was a lot of discussion about mascara and many things, and so that is going to go out to the Patreons, so you can go and check it out. But it's not there yet, but it will be out there. I'll give you a heads up. So that's our Patreon. You can go and help support the show. If you want to give us tips and bits, we will read out any kind of tips and bits donations at the intermission and at the end, and all of that goes to help pay for the cast, our art, our graphic designer, all of that goodness. You can also hang out on our Discord. You can you can use your channel points. We have extra credits, and those extra credits are used to support our players in the form of extra fate points. And we have 2 possible. And at the moment, we have both donated. One from Hescape, but the other one, I don't know who did it, because it's not telling me who did it. What? Someone whose name is not on my list donated the second one. So whoever you are, mysterious person, I want to thank you. But let us just go to our map screen so you can see me giving them the fate points officially, so that you know that I am not doing shenanigans. So as a group,
no swindling here, Trooper.
I will not swindle you from fate points. I will just make your life more difficult later. That's all. I mean, I'll give you opportunities for excitement. They currently have 7 group fate points, and our doom clock is completely clear because it was Ani Geek. Thank you, Ani Geek. Thank you. Our doom clock is currently relaxed. It's currently empty because there's not been enough violence to provoke the sleeping bear to go and start unleashing all of their power on all of their enemies. So luckily, you're all good about that for the moment. And I feel like that's all the ways, right? That's all the ways? I think that's all the ways that you can support us. So if you might, I would like at this moment to have all of our players introduce themselves. So could you tell us who you are? Could you tell us who you're playing? And because I need to make sure you all have the correct number of fate points and that you're all in Roll20, just let me know what your refresh is as well. So let me know who you are, who you're playing, what your refresh is. And it is spring in Paris. And I love, as Cole Porter says, I love Paris in the springtime. I love Paris in the fall. So if you might ask, if you might say to me, what does, you were thinking about these characters who, and it's spring and it's in Paris. There's fashion, actually we're in the middle of war. It's occupation. It's terrible. But in better times, what are your characters' fond memories of spring would be my question. And why don't we start with someone who has made amazing photographs of themselves as a werewolf. Greg. No, I'm kidding. It was KP.
Oh, the subterfuge.
Oh, the subterfuge.
Oh, boy. So, hello, my name is KP, and I get to play the ever doe-eyed prince and Dr. Preetam Jaswant Singh. What was the you said
your refresh,
as in the number of refreshes?
Yes, please. I need to know how many fate points I need to make sure you have. Tres. And are you in Roll20 right now?
I am.
Perfect. Thank you. Then I will just make sure you have 3. How many do you have right now? I can't see it.
I have 0 because I used them all.
Well, then let me give you 3 right now. I'm just gonna give them right to you because I feel like you should have them. Boom.
Yay!
Okay. And spring. Fond spring memories.
Oh, as in Preetam's fond spring
Yes.
memories or mine? Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? I would say for Preetam would actually be back in India. Right around spring, right around that April, March timeframe, is the major holiday of Holi.
Yes.
Which is about celebration of changing of seasons, about colors coming back to life. And that's what all the that represents, and him especially as a child running around throwing colored powder and colored water at each other and basically having a freaking countrywide water fight.
So
essentially
good.
What it is. And then the sweets that come after, the food, the new clothes, all of that together is the fond memories that he holds, because for godforsaken, there ain't no fond memories of spring in London, because that is just one weather and that's dreary.
Yeah.
And I don't think he's had enough time here yet. He's not had an experience of spring in France, so he doesn't have memories of that yet. So
yeah. Thank you. All right. So we'll go from there to the person that I did the fake out for. Greg, tell us who you are, who you're playing, what your refresh is. I think it's 2. And just what? Yeah, nice. And then a memory, a spring memory.
And by Greg, he meant Lindy.
I thought I thought that's exactly what he was going to do. He was going to be like, the person I faked out before, Lindy. And I was
I actually am going to do it right about now. I wanted to wait for you to about ready to start. Lindy.
Hello. I feel bad for Greg. I'm Lindy, and I'm playing Frida Engel. She is a famous German opera singer. I have 4 refresh trooper, and yes, I am in Roll20. And I think one of her fondest spring memories, I'd like to think that she and, this is just terrible fodder to give you, but here we go.
Thank you.
That she and Angela went on like a weekend trip to somewhere in the near the mountains, to just have like, a nice little getaway for a weekend and just enjoy maybe go on some nature hikes, have some picnics, do some swimming or whatever, just some pleasant coupley things on like an overnight trip.
Where?
Yeah. Where? That's
Mhm.
that's a great question. I was actually looking at a map and thinking like, ooh, where would be good? It
Did
would
you
be
go to-
day trip distance from
Okay, day trip.
Germany.
Did you go to Italy?
Um,
Although Berlin's kind of far, but just wondering.
Yeah, I think it would have been too far to go to Italy.
Mm-hmm.
I'll get you a specific location. I'll message it to you. But I'm looking at locations right now. It would have been a lovely overnight trip. They stay at a nice like inn together, whatever.
Nice. All right.
Picnics, very cute, very romantic.
I'll just note the romance for no reason.
Oh yeah, probably like a late trip to celebrate her birthday / Valentine's Day because it's the same day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I feel means we're gonna go to Dot. And there is very clearly no fake out this time. Who you are, who you're playing, what your refresh is, and a lovely spring memory.
All right.
Greg.
Yo, it feels so
It's
good
Greg.
to be back.
It's a fake out. It's Greg this time. I'm sorry.
Wait, really?
Yeah. We're saving the best for last. Greg.
Hi, everybody. I'm Greg, Grimjack 21502. Tonight I will be playing Oscar Mueller, reformed Nazi or Gestapo agent. Let's see. I have a 2 refresh, and a fond spring memory for Oscar would be back when he was doing strictly theater and not necessarily having cabaret and whatnot kind of matriculated in. He would have to, all of the troops and actors would come forward in late winter, early spring to see if they would be traveling around, if there was a company that would be hiring them out, if there was a house that would be hiring them out. And so a fond memory for him would be back in the before times, that excitement where what was his life going to be. And so that was spring, literal rebirth. So
Oh, nice. And your refresh is 2? 2. Yes.
2, because I
2.
like to live dangerously.
Yes. And now Dot, who we have missed. Who are you?
I don't believe you.
We threw a lot of things and we missed every single time. Who are you? Who are you playing? What is your refresh and a fond spring memory?
Well, it feels good to be back, everybody. I'm waiting on Trooper to say psych. Okay, great. I'm glad to be back. I've missed y'all. Downtime is always good. It's good for the mind, the body, and the soul. But my body is ready to kill some Nazis. So ready. I'm little red dot. That is the only intro that you need. And I'm playing Regina, our German-born agent, who tries very hard some days to lead the group here in their insurgents or in during this insurgency in France. She recently has acquired a pooch named Millie, is joining the team, and she's been through there's a war going on, but Regina's also having some post family crisis to top it all off. So that's where she's at right now. She has two refresh.
Thank you. I'll make sure you get those fate points.
Yep, she has 2 refresh. Spring. So here's the thing about spring. You know why kids hate spring? Because that's when exams are given. This is why Regina loves spring, or loved it. Is a small thing. Exams. She loved exams.
Yeah. That makes so much sense.
For one strange kid.
No, but it makes so much sense.
Right? Like Regina is like, if I'm gonna have to be here at this fucking boarding school, with all of these people, which I hate, I might as well excel at my grades, or at least blow them out of the water. So she did. But I think her fondest memory, which she is maybe grappling with at the moment, is spring also meant it was hunting season.
Yeah.
Right? It's time to do things outdoors. It's like some of the warmest weather Germany will see at this, certain points of the year. And so there were always hunting trips, which means she got to leave the city and not have to be around people for a while.
Yeah.
But it was also fishing season. And her father was not much of a hunter, but on the occasion, He would like to go sit in a boat. They never caught much, but he would force Regina to sit in a boat, and she hated it, but she didn't hate it. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
And now that she's older, she hates it a lot less. And so fond memories of like sitting in a boat on a pond or a lake on the outskirts of Berlin.
Yeah.
Trying to fish with her father.
Probably on the Wannsee, actually, on the Greater Wannsee, right? Because you had your estate's right there by the Van Lake, right? The Wannsee. Oh.
But spring makes it okay to not have to be around people because you're expected to do things like hunting and fishing trips and so forth and so on. So, yeah.
Huh. Lovely. So, thank you so much. Everyone's got their fate points, and I feel like we should open up our curtain with a little bit of where we at. And I also, by the way, I just had to make an executive decision. I just had to do it. We can't start on Monday. We have to start on Sunday. So you'll have just gotten back.
So this is the 19th?
The 19th. And the reason why is because I think that at this point in time, Falstaff will not be able to meet you as easily during the week because you'll have so much to do. So it'll have to be on a Sunday, right? That I know that you all sort of like sneak away, go to church, right?
Yeah.
And that basically he can meet up with you more easily on a Sunday. Now he can, as a mailman, he can get to the store all the time, like every day. But your ability to get to the store is sometimes
difficult,
hampered. So I think that your meeting days with him are now Sundays, which means we should probably be on a Sunday. So it is April the 19th, 1942. It is spring. We're in Paris, and there are some meta things that I suppose I should share. One, we have now officially hit one of the big ripples, or a ripple, we don't know how big it will be, of alternate history. And it has to do with what you all did at the end of last season, which was to really, really make the Gestapo look bad by framing them for an attempted assassination on the general who's in charge, Struppnagel. Now, when I say framing, I mean you did frame them. However, the SS did also invite an assassin to hang out. Also,
oh yeah, him.
Who, I wonder if he's still around. Interesting. But the point is, they were planning on doing it. You did frame them, but they did also plan to do that. But what is and also Knochen, who's the head of the SS, who had been fired by Struppnagel once for doing sabotage on Jewish synagogues and making it seem like communists did it. And he's like, I know you did it. I found out you did it, and you need to stop doing these things in my city because you're making things unstable. So we fired him, and then, of course, the powers that be brought him back. So there's been tension, and then all of a sudden it looks like he was trying to assassinate the general. And in the actual timeline in February, the general retires to be at home with his family because it was very bad for him, right? It was just not great with all the stuff that was going on with him, and he ended up leaving. In our timeline, because the Gestapo and the SS had their power base reduced because of y'all's activity, and he did a big old shutting down the city with a bit of the army came in, right? Sort of shut things down in a very big way, which is actually also about taking control, like asserting dominance over the SS. He has not stepped down. So this particular general is currently still the head of the Paris occupying forces. Originally, he left because he was like, I do not want to shoot hostages anymore. This is not a good idea. It's a bad idea. I think your whole thing is no good. And he kept complaining to Hitler about Hitler's policies, and Hitler, it turns out, did not appreciate that. Oops. And it didn't turn out so well for our general. So he is currently still in power in our timeline. So we will find out what that means for us. But he is currently still the head. Dr. Knochen is currently not in the city. He's back in Berlin having discussions, let's say. Yes, he's having discussions with the powers that be in the SS hierarchy still. which puts Elias Jäger sort of top dog in the interim at the moment. I just saw that eye roll. But Knochen is not officially out, but it probably doesn't look so good for Knochen at this moment. We will see how that goes. And you all are famous and important and big, and a lot of work has been going on in the last couple of months. Work on this film, and some people have been smuggled out of the city, have been ill, i.e. Frida, getting SOE training. And it's been three pretty intense months where we did the math, because planes can only come in on those full moons, that Frida actually has not been around you all very long, right? Like, you all had to stay a little bit later in Berlin so it didn't look suspicious, right? You had to sort of stay a little bit late. Now, Oscar and Regina would have left sooner because they didn't have to stay as late, but because sadly, tragically, Frida's husband died, she had to stay in Berlin a little bit longer. Oh no! To deal with paperwork. And then she comes back and immediately flies off to London, and she's basically gone for 2 months out of those 3. And everybody's been doing their work as they can do. And Pritam stayed in Berlin a little bit longer as well because there was political schmoozing to do. Yes.
Manipulation. Manipulated into another position, not doctor.
Yeah, everybody seems to want your character to do political things, and your character wants to be a doctor. You know,
This is not just-
Weird,
I
right?
don't want to run a clinic.
I know, but some heavy holds the crown. Heavy wears the crown. Thank
the
you.
crown that he wanted to leave behind. And
That's
yet
how it
still
goes.
somehow-
And so we are back. We are back in April. It is the 19th. The biggest news, besides the fact that you helped a general escape, a French general escape, is that Laval is reappointed as the vice president of the Council of Ministers, making him the prime minister. So Laval is now the prime minister of Vichy France, and he is very collaborationist. And so Vichy France is doing well, and somebody that your friends tried to assassinate, your communist friends tried to assassinate some time ago, is now in charge of Vichy. Well, you know, is up there with Pétain. So it doesn't look good on that end. Somebody who's very much a hardliner is up there, so that's a little bit worrisome. And you are waiting on information, messages. You've got a radio message to deal with. You have information sort of send out, send back. You've got Falstaff to meet with. So there's a lot of like, where are we at right now as we are sort of in this moment? The Nazis are doing another push eastward. Things are looking a little bit harsh and difficult, and everybody's looking at you. And I will remind you all, because Dot wasn't here last week. Our game aspects for this season are hard choices, which is our main aspect. Flashbacks, which is our sort of free aspect. The current issue is in the spotlight, and the impending issue is all aboard. You also have your weekly faction threat, increasing needs with too many eyes, which is a difficulty of 5, and I think we'll all have to roll that now. If you could deal with a 5 resource challenge to your faction, it would be appreciated. How would you like to deal with that?
Okay.
And while we're here, because we're talking about factions, because who doesn't love this sort of business? And we're going to get to the present that I have for Lindy very soon. So here we are with our...
Oh, I think I know what the present might be.
You might. Here's our resistance
might.
pyramid. You know that the special SOE, right, is up there top, and they have a resources ability. They can give you a +1. They can give a +1 to 2 different factions that they directly sort of deal with. You, Roses of Paris, are a faction 3 level. You have the working women underneath you. You know that you have some communists that are out there. You know Marianne's Faithful, who are some de Gaullists that are out there. You know them as well. There are other factions out there. You don't know all of them or who they are, but you do know that they are out there. You have gotten some contacts with, another courier that is an American who can contact you with some of the Americans. You have an MI6 contact. You have, of course, Falstaff. You have this Marianne, who's a Free French, a de Gaullist contact. But you know there are resistance cells out there, and you're needing to go and help coordinate because y'all are important now. And you need to deal with to start off the week, a difficulty 5 challenge.
All right, y'all, we can do this. That's our highest skill. We got this.
It is a superb,
totally.
superb challenge.
And what are we rolling?
Resources.
Okay. Who wants to roll? Let's go.
And
Greg,
does
you're up.
anybody want to do anything?
All right.
That's a bold move. But let's see how it plays out for us.
Come on, roll 20.
Hey!
Look at
That's
that.
the ticket.
Pew pew!
Woo!
Season 5 for the
It's a whole new season.
Yeah, you're on a roll, buddy.
You
I'm
know,
so- I'm
that's
so
interesting.
proud. Oh, screw you.
I feel like it should be the other way around. I feel like there's a current issue happening right now, and that is you're in the spotlight. I'm going to spend one of my fate points, because I have 4 of them at the moment, to increase that difficulty to a 7, because it is hard to maneuver all those resources around with all of y'all in the spotlight.
Yes, but we
Yes?
should use a fate point because we, in fact, are playing both sides.
Is that true?
Indeed.
That is true. That is true. All right.
It's true.
And you have 7, so we will take your group fate points down to 6. That's fine. That's fine. It's like a friendly little fate point in the morning, you know? Who doesn't want a little bit of love in the morning?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Sure.
Mhm.
Friendly little competition.
Just a little competition.
Nothing going on there.
Yeah. Now, what about your working women?
What about them?
They need to roll as well.
Resources?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, they have to beat the same score?
Yes, they do.
Yep.
Ooh.
It's not gonna. Yeah.
But there is a
That's
+1.
okay.
There's a +1 that you can give them because you are their faction leaders. Like they are your faction. As long as you have resources, you can do that. If you have the resources, you can do it. And also the SOE, they do have resources they can share. They can give a +1 as well.
Okay, so that's 2 to their roll.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
If they need it.
Okay, I'm gonna do this, y'all. Come on. Do I add the 2 now or later?
Add them later, because maybe you don't need them.
No, we need it.
So that,
Oh.
that's a
We need it.
3.
Okay, so 1 fate point will get us there.
Yes.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
They are unnoticed, y'all.
Yep.
That's true.
They are unnoticed working women of Paris, which makes them harder to detect.
Mm-hmm.
There's 2 things there. They're unnoticed and they're women.
I will just remove one of y'all's group fate points in this case. And I will note that
Oh, y'all.
this is a tie.
Ooh, that's right.
And when you tie on an attack, the attackers get a boost.
Oh, no.
Well, well, y'all, that depends. I mean, a boost is not the worst thing ever.
No.
It's not. I will just take that boost then. I'm just going to take a boost and I'm going to say,
You take that boost, Trooper.
I will. And
Me
this,
and the kitty don't even care.
but are you bothered though? But are you bothered?
I'm not even bothered.
But you're not even bothered. And this is going to be eyes on the resistance. Is what I'm going to call this. I'm just going to call that eyes on the resistance with a little free boost. Now, I feel like we are perhaps done with those things, except we're not,
Yeah.
Oh,
because I have a present
no, we don't even
for
like those here.
Lindy.
No. It's a good present.
It's
a
a
good
new
present. Okay.
pyramid.
Oh,
Yay!
oh, for your faction.
It's a criminal pyramid. There are a lot of
A
criminals.
pyramid of crime.
It's
What
a
better pyramid? is there?
Pyramid of crime. I'm probably going to give you one more pyramid, all of y'all, with just a general civilian pyramid. I will note that there's nobody higher than level 2 because it's very hard to get to level 3 because you're all in the same city as a bunch of Nazis. So you're kind of like stuck right about there.
Mhm.
To sort of push yourself up is actually they're not really slots up there, but you've got the snakes, right? And what is
Mhm.
your top skill for the snakes, by the way?
For the snakes, assault.
The snakes?
Hey, we
Yeah.
need that. We
The
need
snake's
that.
top skill is assault. Yes.
And then what about your fight club?
I don't have a character sheet for them yet, Trooper, so I wouldn't know.
Well,
Probably assault.
well then, fine. That is
I
great.
feel like there's a pattern.
A theme.
happening.
I noticed that the French Gestapo's top skill is also assault.
The snakes may have swapped skills, but I don't have a sheet for Fight Club yet, so
That's fair.
I felt like it was fair not to
Because
swap
the
anything
first
until I
rule of
had a
Fight
sheet for
Club
them.
So
You don't talk
you don't
about
talk
it.
about Fight Club.
Although it would be nice to be able to roll for them sometimes.
Oh yeah, you start off with a 2-2-1-1, I believe. I will give it to you.
Thank you.
I'll just pull it out for you. So the snakes are going to need to roll their resources.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. We'll see how
Yeah.
that goes. Yeah. Resources might eventually be their best skill, but right now, it's assault. It could be
Okay,
worse. It could be
okay.
worse.
Hold on, don't do anything yet. I gotta. I just put a. Did I put a new one in there for you?
Did you? I
Um,
don't know. Did
d-
you? Who
I
knows?
believe.
I thought that was my present, Trooper. I thought you were finally giving me a character sheet.
No, your present is not a character. It's a whole entire pyramid. That was the.
It's a little hard to use a pyramid without a character sheet.
What are you saying? What are you saying? Here you
I'm
go.
saying there's a lot of trolling going on in this episode.
There might
It's
be.
very,
There
very
might be
bad.
some trolling in this episode. By the way, there you go. There's a character sheet for you. Just
Okay,
just-
cool.
just
Copy
for
of
you.
blank organization. New.
Yes.
Wonderful. I will rename them.
A 2. That's not bad. That's not bad. That 2.
I'm
So
just giving them a name for now so I can resolve the snakes first.
yes.
Yeah, they're gonna spend some of their fate points.
Mhm. Give me some
because it could
justifications.
be bad. So obviously, for resources that their major goal so far is get it together, like getting it together. So obviously, they'd get their resources together.
Yeah.
Get it together.
Get it together, man. So that would put them up to 4,
Mhm.
which means they'd need one more.
Unless they want to take the stress.
The stress. That's 2 stress. It'd be a mild
It'd be 1.
1. Oh, it'll be 1.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right, because it's 4.
Yeah.
You know what? Let's have them take that stress, and I'll just work on relieving it.
Okay.
That 5 is really high for them.
Hey, it's hard times. It's hard times.
Yeah. So yeah, they'll take 1 stress. The
Okay.
snakes will.
What about your fight club?
Well, I have to make that whole character sheet first before I can roll anything for them. So I feel like it's a little unfair for you to ask
That's
me
fair.
to make rolls for them when they don't.
That's fair.
I've had this for 20 seconds.
Sure, but I'm gonna note this.
Get it
Okay.
together, Lindy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'm
note
just-
it. I'm gonna note
I've just noted that I haven't had a character sheet for them
Yeah, yeah,
over
no.
like the 3 months we've not played.
Sure.
So
That means that you don't have to roll.
it's not
Dun,
like I
dun,
haven't asked
dun.
for it.
No.
That's-
Yeah.
That's your gift. You don't even have to roll for that.
Yeah, that is your gift.
Thank you, Trooper.
You're welcome. So, I would like to ask you all, just because we're about to start in the inn while we're still up in the up, do you want to change your faction's goals? I can ask you that later if you like, after this scene that's about ready to happen.
Okay.
It's up to you.
Question.
Yes.
Well, okay. We're gonna pick up in current time?
Yes.
Are we gonna figure out what Regina was up to?
That's what the flashback's for.
Oh.
Mhm.
You were prepared to use one. This is okay. Trooper's just plotting. I see what's going on.
I
I
mean,
see what's happening here.
I
All right,
mean,
let me just
there's a whole
shut the hell
aspect
up.
called flashback. What do you like? I mean, come on.
Well, oh, you're right. We even have new character. We have character sheets and everything.
Yeah, like the whole, like
Wow.
there's the flashback. We're here. I am so excited. So
Okay, so we were talking in the green boot about taking another stunt, which would add another faction.
that is true. How-
Greg, you want to tell us about this faction?
If we go the faction route, the faction would consist of the actors that have been handpicked under Oscar Holgar's employ and not necessarily converted to the cause, but always being part of it. And so he would have conscripted entertainers with a particular set of skills.
Oh, so it's what's his face? Liam Neeson is in your group.
Particular set of skills.
Y'all, he's terrifying. He's huge. One of the biggest men I've ever seen in person.
Really?
So, you know, he's
You met him in person?
Yes, he's huge. He ducked to come in the door.
Oh.
There's a story here that I want to hear.
Well, I'll tell you all about
that's
that later.
Another
but
time.
The fact of the matter is, he's actually presence. He's very nice, physically very intimidating.
Oh wow. I just put another character sheet up there for you if you want it.
I think we should. You've been like cultivating that, and like slowly each one of us are like getting a faction, right? So I think I think it's time.
This will be part of the resistance
It
pyramid.
lets you climb the pyramid too,
Yes.
which is good. Yes.
So I will note, because the Fight Club is actually in the criminal pyramid, that means it does not help boost the resistance pyramid, right? But now adding these actors here in the resistance pyramid means there's more support for you all if you want to sort of build yourselves up higher, et cetera, and get more, what would you like to call them?
First, I'm going to demand a theater pyramid at some point. All the competing theaters.
Okay, but you do know that the top of that pyramid is going to be like.
I also would like a medical pyramid at some point.
Look,
all the clinics.
I'm just telling you, if you have that, you know what that means. That means there's going to be somebody at the top of the pyramid, and I actually know.
Sure.
Look, this is not my fault. Do not judge me. You can judge me. It's totally fine. I was around sometime at season 2 doing a lot of research about who are the most important theatrical producers in occupied Paris at the moment, and which theaters were the most important ones. So like I actually know who was collaborating. Like I know it's a problem. I realize I have a research problem, but I know like which producers were collaborating and which weren't. And so like I could make a theater pyramid is all I'm saying.
I think the problem we have is a pyramid problem. We have a pyramid problem.
A pyramid scheme?
I want a pyramid problem.
Sounds like a scheme.
I want a theater pyramid for one reason and one reason only. I want a theater pyramid that my people have to climb, and the only way to achieve a higher level is to have like a West Side Story dance fight with another.
Back alley.
Yes.
Right.
Guns
Yes.
down.
That is what I want. That is what I want now. I'm gonna Greg, and also chat, and anybody else who needs to know this right now, be on your toes. It's going to happen. I don't know how or when. There will be a dance battle sometime in Kolos. It's probably gonna be, I cannot tell you what the context of that's gonna be, but I know it's gonna happen. I don't know how, but I feel it in my bones. There's gonna be a dance off.
1940s dance.
Oh,
I'm here for it.
It's the most basic Karen dance off that has ever existed ever.
Oh no,
Not
it's a
my
fabulous
group.
swing dancing. Please. Oh,
There's
man.
nothing
Yeah,
basic.
but not
I
that.
about
I'm saying
my
y'all.
Bollywood, land of Bollywood.
Please.
In my mind, I'm like, here's a room full of German pusses. Let's have a dance off, and it's like, start the Beethoven.
Look, I
Lovely
can,
foxtrots in. It
Yeah,
could happen.
it could happen.
Don't underestimate ballroom dancing.
and look, I don't know what the context of. There's going to be an epic dance scene, and I am going to call it this season. I'm just going to say that this season there's going to be an epic dance scene. I do not know what, when, how, or why, but it's going to happen. And Greg, it is all your fault. I just want you to know, and I'm writing it in my notes.
Hey, if that's being wrong, I don't want to be right.
I'm just saying, there's going to be an epic dance scene, and I'm here for it. So, what do you want to call them?
Let me think. Okay, I'll come up with a something for them. I'll let you know, and
Perfect.
if I think about it in this episode, I'll.
Perfect. I'm going to just put down the players for right now so that everybody knows
Yeah,
it's
the-
y'all. Yes. Excellent. Let us pull up our, and I put a character sheet in there for you all as well. So let us begin early morning on a Sunday. Someone has to do a radio broadcast. Send things out, bring things in, of course. Now, Regina has historically tended to do these things all by herself, going off solo because she, I suppose doesn't need friends to help her with things because, she is stubborn. I mean, self-sufficient. But it's also safer, to be honest, right? Like, if people get caught, then only she gets caught.
And she knows she can withstand enough torture or will kill herself, so it's fine.
Except that
Dead end.
you're really famous now, so getting caught is not going to be as
Yeah.
easy.
I probably wear the maid's clothes that I borrowed, and like, I dressed down. I dressed like the flower shop girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, borrowed that I finagled off the woman.
Let me ask you: Do you enlist aid?
Oh yeah, the pooch is coming.
Do you enlist aid from anyone else?
How frequently are we seeing Luke?
Luke's been put on.
Here's another question I have.
Yes.
When it comes to radio broadcasts, because I know some things, but not all the things. Not
Yes,
Regina.
yes.
Regina knows all the things. This time, this period between Berlin and now.
Yep.
Say, would a higher altitude help my broadcast?
You have a 50-foot antenna that has to be sort of placed upwards. Like you have to have this height because you have to get this little wireless going.
But I
all
mean,
the...
like
so
Mother
yes.
Nature's actual altitude. Like,
Yes.
say I was, I don't know, in the Swiss Alps.
Yes. Yes.
So could I have put that broadcast out before now?
I'm sorry. I have a question. I feel like you're implying something. I feel like you're implying.
Is it time?
I
Is
feel
it
like you
time?
might be
Is it
implying
time? Diddly-dee.
a flashback. Oh.
I'm just saying.
I feel like you're implying that there's a flashback happening. Oh no. So let us flash back to, shall we say, 1 week earlier.
Okay. I don't know how. I genuinely have no idea what travel looks like from the Swiss Alps to Paris, but
You take a train.
okay.
You just hope the train doesn't get, the tracks don't get bombed or anything.
Yeah. Perfect. Great.
You'll take a train.
So Millie and I are going to take a trip because I've acquired a chalet I had no idea my parents owned in the Swiss Alps, or at least my father owned, but I got the idea both my parents were in on that.
Yeah. I'm going to give you the appropriate music for you being in the chalet for this moment. I think Loss, I think that's pretty good. I mean, we could go with Cryptic Sorrow, but let's just go with Loss for the moment as the appropriate music for this moment. Yeah. Let's do that. I feel like that'll be good. So, you had to stay in Berlin a little bit and then go back to Paris, and you gave yourself an excuse to leave the city and head off.
Maybe I needed some time away. I've been shot twice. We just took a trip to Berlin, where my family's been dead, and I grieved my father for the first time. I'm gonna take a trip to be away from the front lines for a while.
And so you head off into the Alps. There are directions to where this little chalet is. I suppose I should ask you how long you've stayed there. We've got a 3-month window, and I suppose one of the questions is, how long did you stay there?
So, y'all, I have this many notes in 3 months. Well, ignore this. This is today's notes, right? So I had some things I wanted to accomplish. Some of which will have to probably wait, but the recording got out.
Yes.
Okay, great.
It was sent off on a plane with Frida.
With Frida. So if I'm going to go to the Alps, basically I am on wait to get a call, to get a broadcast that they got the tape, because that's like of the utmost import. So Regina would use this chalet as a high altitude, not Nazi watched location. To basically listen, wait, and broadcast back as much as she can during a period of time. There's a will to go over, and she has a collection of things she needs to come to terms with, including a letter from her mother. There is a letter from Hannah. Wait, did I read that? No, I haven't read that yet.
You have. It has been months. You still haven't read it.
Oh, can I listen? Did we listen to the broadcast as it was happening?
Which broadcast?
The recording. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, it was an hour and a half long. That's because you weren't here last week. It took them basically an hour to decide to murder 11 million people.
No, that's all.
There was an extra half hour where they were like drinking and like just chatting, and it was about an hour of debate about not if you should murder 11 million people,
but how.
But whether or not, like, what are the logistics, like, and who should be who's in charge of those logistics? Should it be mine or yours? And actually, quite a bit of debate about what to do about quarter Jews, but if their parents were only half Jews and they had 2 half Jew parents, and then that makes them a quarter Jew, do they get to be murdered or just sterilized? So there's a lot of discussion about that, right? And there were some people who were like, oh, I think that for people who are only 1/8 Jewish, we probably shouldn't just murder them right away, because, or if they're very important, we should, just hold off until a little bit later. This was how they were talking. This is how they were talking. And it was very clear that, they're racializing Jewishness, and most of their concerns mostly are just about whether or not they can get it done logistically and secretly, to make sure that basically nobody knows, right? They don't want it out. They're using code for the most part, but the code is not particularly, like, if you don't know and you could not conceive of what they're talking about, then you probably wouldn't get it. But it's things like, we have to take care of the problem, right? Or, I mean, it's, we're going to give them the special treatment. You're like, yes, I know, you're going to just murder everybody. And once the meeting itself is done, they're very upfront about how they think would be best to just murder people. And of course, there's a discussion about how they're quite proud of the fact that they've basically murdered everybody in Estonia and in the Baltic states, and how they really are hoping that they can, get the rest of Europe too, right? Like, it's chilling in that there are no twirling mustaches. It's very bureaucratic. It's all just about,
this and this. So Regina would, if she had time, have listened to it and taken notes the whole time on like a map to try to lay out their plan, like their movement plan, strategically speaking.
They don't give any details in that way, right? They don't say where these things are, and that's perhaps frustrating. that it's going to be they want it not on German soil for the most part. They want it in the east where people can't see them, where they can't see, where they don't know. So you that it's probably, these things are going to be happening in Poland, but you don't have the specific details.
But we don't have the militaristic action behind it, basically. Okay.
But you do know that Heydrich is like basically the person in charge of all of this, with his sort of secretary, second in command, Eichmann. And they're the ones who sort of called the meeting together, who are planning all of this and are really the driving forces for... Now, when I say driving forces, I mean Hitler told them to do it. But like, they're like, hey, I've got a job for you. Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. So broadcast gets out. Regina will forget about that. She'll leave on this.
Will you make one roll for me?
Oh, yeah.
I need one electronics roll. It will not be a contest because you're up in the middle of nowhere.
Perfect. That'd be great.
But I need to see how well this goes.
Yes. I actually moved this down last time because we were doing other things, but let's see. That's fair. Roll.
With a +1. So that's a 3.
Oh, yeah, with a +1, yeah, because it's my specialty.
Good, because you needed goodness is what you needed. Fair would not be enough, but good does it.
Okay.
What this means that you can get you don't have to worry about getting caught, but the broadcast gets out and it's not garbled, right? This is like what is like the quality of back and return. Now, I did have a question for you. You did have a message that you had sent to...
Before we left for Berlin.
Mm-hmm. What was that message that you had, the private message to Ophelia?
To remember what she told me the day we got engaged.
Mm-hmm.
Just to always remember that no matter what I ended up doing.
Now, when you have this message going in and out, right? You've got the range. It's difficult, but you have space. You're not worried as much. And all of this sort of this information is coming back and forth. Details, coordination, when the planes are coming, when they're coming back, and difficulties for finding, getting pilots, right, to sort of bring the planes in and out. It's hard to get a plane in for agents when you need the planes for all these other things. But the message you get from Ophelia has a couple things to it. This message, I imagine, is probably going to be sometime in late February. It's been about a month or so. Because it takes, if you want to know if it's arrived, you have to wait. There is...
Right.
We did, actually, Lindy and I talked about this, about when this would have happened. Because you did yours like in January 20th. So the next time a plane could have gone out would have been the 1st of February, that's the full moon. So that's when she would have left. So your conversation is probably going to be sometime, let's say late February. And you would have gotten sort of word back. The message from Ophelia would be a little bit sort of in that way that it's slightly very business and then not business, right? Like quick business things and then a little bit of extra. It would have been confirmed that the bird has arrived and is being trained. Things are going well. There has been some important developments. Expect a meeting with Falstaff for details. They're waiting on information from others. This will be important. And then there's a little final message. This one, just as yours was not in the form of a sonnet, this also returned not in a sonnet. And the very last thing that Ophelia says, straight from PB's typing fingers to you. My trust in you never has and never will waver. Be safe. Always remember, you and your team are heroes. I love you. PB, I gave every single person who was our guest on episode 1 the ability to give you all a present of a sort. And most people's presents had to do with the politics of the moment. Hers was not. It was something that she wanted to give you to maybe help you in some way. But what she wanted to give you was not something that she had access to. So she had to get access to it. And there might be consequences for that for her. But she passes along information that she will have Frida bring along in hard copy, actually, when Frida arrives. And this is going to be a little bit of a prop that I have now placed in your in the Roll20 for you all. And I will let the people see it. This is the actual physical copy piece of information that Frida will be bringing back. But what you get is a report.
Where do I find this? Oh, props and documents.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
The Jäger report. And this is a report of how many Jewish people were shot and murdered in Poland in great detail on each day, right? Because they love taking records, right? On the 12th of September, in this one town, they shot 1,670 Jewish men, 771 Jewish women, 3 Jewish children, right? So it's just this record of the thousands of people that that some group is just murdering. They're just rounding people up in towns and just shooting them every day. These little reports about.
Do I know where this report came from?
Isn't that
Yeah,
an
obviously-
interesting question? Isn't that an interesting question?
Yeah, I wanna...
I'm going to need you to make a roll for me. And,
Okay.
and ask. This is a discover action.
Okay. Okay.
This is a discover action.
Um,
What skill would you like to use?
Yeah, that is a great question.
You've got this data, which is, and this is now, you've got this in Morse code, right? You're going to get the actual physical report
Right.
coming in when Frida gets back, which means you'll have it in the present day. But this is all being
So would
hastily.
it be easier for me to do it with the physical report, the roll?
Either way is fine.
Okay.
To do that.
Here.
Oh.
That was Siri who decided that I was talking to Siri and I was not. So she should not be paying
Let's
attention.
see. What would I use? Okay, so I have two options here
Mhm.
that I would pitch.
Mhm. They'll give you different information.
Right. Now this may I don't even know if I can use this as a discover action, but I'm gonna pitch it anyways.
You can use a discover action with any skill.
Great. So the vibe that Regina gets is that the SOE has a mole inside of Jaeger's office. To get this kind of information, somebody has to have access to his files. Who's feeding him back? And they're clearly not working with us. Now, we did have new agents come into the city, but somebody might be deceiving us. So deception would be a really good role for me to make on this. If not, I did just take investigate,
Mhm.
which I could also roll. It's just not quite as good of a roll.
I'm just going to note that it is not Elias Jäger's name on this report.
Oh, it is Jaeger's report.
Yeah,
I
it's a
misunderstood.
popular last name. Yeah.
It is a Carl Jäger.
Okay. A name is very helpful. Then I actually would rather roll. What would I roll for this?
There are a lot of things you can roll, right?
Yeah, but they're all on the lower end of my.
There's academics you could roll for that kind
do
of.
I know this person? That would be in my fair range right now, just the way I've got the table laid out.
I mean, investigation,
Yeah, that's a 2.
academics. There are multiple options.
Interesting. They've got somebody on the front line feeding information. Okay, yeah, we'll do academics history because if it's a historical role, if this is a general or somebody I know, I'll get at least a +1 to go with the.
I will also note that just because Rissa, who's our mod, did mention it, that was the name that was mentioned in Millie's owner's
On the back of the photo.
notebook. Yeah, the
Oh.
Carl Jäger. When they were talking about having to flee from the east.
So that wasn't Millie's owner. That was the person they were fleeing from, or somebody they had met while fleeing.
So they were fleeing from. Yep.
Okay. Oh, that's a lot.
And then I will tell you, after you make this discover action, depending on what happens, exactly what it was that PB asked to get you.
Okay, interesting. So, I think I'm going to go with academics history, so I get the extra bonus or the extra 1 or die on the roll. It's a die, right?
Yes. No, it's a +1 to the
To the flat.
to the number. Yeah.
Okay, so 3.
So this is not difficult considering your history. So this is actually just a fair challenge. So you have met it by 1. Do you want to spend a fate point to boost that? Is the question. So right now you get 1 question. If you boost it, you succeed with style, and you can either get 2 questions or a question and a boost.
Gosh, it's so early. Yeah, why not? I'll spend 1 of my personal fate points to boost it. I might as well get 2 questions and better figure out what's going on here.
All right. So, in this case, I will ask you. You may ask 2 questions, or a question and a boost, depending on how you feel, that reflects what the kinds of things you would learn from the academics history, which is like current events. It's that kind of.
Okay.
If this were like a different game, you maybe could call it an intelligence check, but as it were.
Okay. I have to word this question right. So things I would we know he's on the Polish. He's in Poland, or at least has come through Poland. He's part of this new campaign that was set in place in Berlin, probably.
But these numbers are before then, because the Wannsee conference was just like and this is a bunch of murders that are happening all throughout 1941. Huge numbers of murders, just murdering people.
So, historically speaking, in terms of maybe military knowledge, do I know this man, or do I know who he would answer to for missions of this kind? Like, who does he work for?
Such a good question. If that would be the question you would like to ask, I will answer that as your first question.
Yeah, let's take that as the first question.
That is your first question. KP, you have 3 right now, yes? I want to make sure everybody's numbers are... 3,
what did you say?
Fate points.
Yeah, yes.
Great. I just want to make sure everybody's fate points are all updated on the overlay, because I care. This person, you do not know this person personally, but from looking at the kind of report this is, the kind of information that's there, this sounds to you, so this is a military report.
It was happening before the Berlin conference.
Yes, but more like but this is not a military unit that you know of, because you worked with the military intelligence. This is clearly not coming from a military unit. And from his rank, he's a colonel, this person. But you had heard about special units. The SS has created a special paramilitary unit, right? They've created what they call it the Waffen SS, or the weapon SS. So they are basically military units that come out of the SS that are now being attached to the army, which I'm sure the army likes very much. And it's very clear to you that this particular sort of SS military unit is just straight up murdering lots and lots and lots of people in Poland.
Yeah, they're an assassination team, not a unit.
Yeah, basically, like they just, but assassination team seems so small. This sounds like it's probably a very large unit, especially if this person's a colonel who's running it. And these are special groups of people that are, it looks like a special kind of quasi-military unit that comes out of the SS, who's, it seems as if their entire job, because this is when you look at the report, there's no discussion of like, oh, we took this area, or there was fighting, and it was like, in this small village, we just murdered 10,000 people. In this village, we murdered 5,000, like, so many women, so many children, so many men, and just in all numbers, and it's all that's in these reports, is every day.
This is a harsh question, so content warning in advance, everybody. Does it detail how they were killed? Were they just gunned down, or was this the gas they've been prepping?
From what you're knowing, it couldn't have been the gas, right? Because at this moment, it looks to you from what you know from the Wannsee conference that they're just beginning to do that, and that's the sort of thing you're going to need in a settled place. It looks to you this is like a roving band of quasi-military people who are going from town to town murdering people, like finding civilians and just murdering them in very, very large numbers.
You know, with no civilians in the way, it sure does make an easy military path.
It does, doesn't it? And it seems as if this is the point of this whole unit, is to just slaughter people. And the report you have is just a list. Every day they go to a new place and just murder more people. But this is a report, so it's being sent back. Right? So the question is, who is this person? Who are they working for? They're working for the SS. They're an SS officer. Colonel, so a pretty decent rank. In some kind of special unit. Let's see, the Waffen SS, or sort of like a special Einsatzgruppe, a special unit, whose sole job it seems to be just to go into places and murder Jewish people. And this has been going on for some time. So,
and the SS knows about this.
Yeah. So who is this report going to? Who is it from? It's from a Elias Jäger. And this is clearly an internal document. right?
Okay.
That is meant to go from probably to a superior, like a superior officer.
Yep.
Um,
This is a report.
this is a report.
But it means it's been intercepted.
You can ask a second question about that.
Okay. I don't have the. See, here's the thing.
Because what you have is
I almost want to save my question for the physical document.
Can
Can I do that?
Yeah,
Can I bank
absolutely.
the question for the physical
Absolutely.
document?
Absolutely.
Because I think when I see the physical document, there will be other things
Yep.
that
Yep.
Regina wants to see the physical document.
you
And then she will ask, where does it come from?
you do not know Carl Jäger. You don't
Personally.
you don't know Carl Jäger.
Okay.
But you do know that this is a person that the people that who Millie was and their family member were clearly fleeing this person
Right.
who's just wholesale slaughtering
Okay.
people.
So they would have escaped one of the paths in Poland. Okay, I will bank that question. I do not want the boost. I think this information will just cause Regina to take another action, not an action. In response. Okay, so yeah, I'll bank that question. Anything else from her broadcast?
Expect an important meeting with Falstaff,
Right, I got
and that you are loved, and that you have this special report that is clearly not. How do I put this? This report comes after the "I love you" part, not during the official part.
So you said it was a gift. Can you tell me why
Yes.
Ophelia gifted it?
Do you want to know now or later?
Now.
She wanted to give you something that would help you and perhaps keep you safe, or give you some kind of leverage for the problem you're currently having.
Which one? Okay, yeah.
And
Great,
she said,
okay.
even if it will get me into trouble
Oh.
to get this information.
I think the many probably weeks that Regina spends in the Alps, not resting, but plotting like next moves for the group, what is the plan, and listening for broadcast. In between that, she is training Millie to, do certain things, respond certain ways, certain calls and actions, right? Train them while they're a puppy. German Shepherds are really, really good for that. So she kind of she slowly teaches Millie maybe a series of hand signals. It's like sit, heel, especially since she seems to not dislike the Germans a lot. And I think and then she braves the last two things she has, which is the letter from her mother and the letter from Hannah.
The chalet is in your mother's name, not your father's name.
Interesting.
Which is
So it
probably why
belonged to her family.
looks like it was newly bought and newly built, but under her name and not yours, so that you would not have known about it. It's actually much harder to track, right? Because it's not
Right, because it's not under my father's name. Yeah.
Yes. And I will tell you something before we flash back, because you have things over there, but we're flashing back all over the place. The chalet is small. It's
Okay.
on a small road it was actually very hard to find. It's out in the middle of nowhere. And it is, that your parents built helped build the state that you're at. This one they clearly also built. It is clearly done not exceptionally professional.
Okay.
And when you go inside to this very small ski chalet, you had your father's diary and it had some photographs and some drawings. And those were clearly taken here. There's a photograph of your mother sort of sitting and thinking, and some of your father. This was clearly a place where they had been by themselves together in this place. And when you walk into the chalet, I don't know if you need to make a will roll or not. You have to sort of think about that yourself. They clearly, it looks as if they could have been here just a few weeks ago. When they left, they left changes of clothes, right? There's an easel and with a canvas on it and some watercolors of the sort of area, and over the easel there's like a headscarf sort of just draped over, as if perhaps your mother was drawing, and then she took the headscarf off and she thought, oh, we'll come back, in a week or two. There's some food, of course, that has gone off. Not too much, but it doesn't look like they left in a hurry, but more like, oh, we'll be back. We'll be back in a.
And then she got sick, and they never came back.
And they never came back. And the whole place is. It's been a while, right? So a lot of this looks very early teens, right, in terms of like fashion and items. But there are newspapers everywhere with all of your father's little sort of. There are the magic squares, right? Which is like it's sort of like a Sudoku, but it was very popular at the turn of the century.
At the time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. All of those, and it is a weird moment because it's like you may not have even known your parents in certain ways, right? There's a kind of it's slightly messy, not excessively messy, but a scarf is thrown there. There's some like photography chemicals. Sort of sitting there like next to an old, now sort of very rock hard sort of bit of bread, as if you could imagine, and like there's like the bed that they have has not been made, if you can imagine. It's not made, as if they sort of got out of bed and it's just a little bit sort of breezily tossed as they sort of got up and went about their days. And it's not messy in that way. It's not dirty, but it's that kind of clutter that you have when you're carefree and on vacation and you have no pressure on you at all, where you can you'll put the sweater on the back of the chair and you'll put it away later, right? And it's that there's a very, very relaxed air about it. And it's as if you could almost hear them laughing, right, as they were having breakfast at this small wooden table. The whole place is like basically more or less one room. It's sort of a large room, so it's sort of open floor plan, right? So like there's a bed over there, and then there's like the table here and a wood burning stove, and it's got this beautiful view of the Alps, and it just sort of feels as if it is this sort of place where you could have seen them having breakfast and sort of teasing each other. And there are photographs and photographs and photographs of you, and you're probably 1 years old. There's nothing of you older than like 1 or 2 in there.
Yeah.
Very small, and just little notes to each other, little mundane things like make sure to pick up more milk when we go down the mountain, and it's the most mundane thing you can imagine. Little notes to themselves, notes to each other. I like your hair this way. What do you think our daughter will be when she grows up? If she's anything like you, she'll be amazing. Right? Just these little tiny, tiny, small snippets of notes that they were passing to each other. You get the sense that from the way things are set up, that they probably worked next to each other quite a lot. She would be painting and he would be working on math or his puzzles. You could see the chairs next to each other where they would be sitting side by side in their slightly different worlds, but close enough where they could reach out and touch each other if they wanted, passing little notes about what kind of life they thought they might have, and what that would be like. And there are these flowers that are sort of now dead, long since dead, but the whole place is the home that you grow up in does not feel homey in that way.
Right.
But this is perhaps the only homey thing you've ever seen connected to your family. And it is like baskets, like woven baskets and like a pair of your father's glasses.
Like a aristocratic society inlaid in this place.
Nothing. But like your father's glasses there, a hat, just this kind of very relaxed place of hope for what their life might be and what their life with, as this little family might be in the future.
I imagine there's actually some cleanup that Regina does, but only to keep it as it is. Like maybe she removes the scarf and
Yeah.
decides to take it back with her. So she puts it in her luggage, or like the wilted flowers she tosses and then puts new flowers in the same vase, cleans it, and puts it back where it was, so that it's not really changing anything as much as refreshing it.
Yeah.
To some degree, father's shoes by the door,
Yeah.
folded glasses in the drawer, and picks it up so that it still feels like their home.
And I think with that, we're going to flash back to you all being at that meeting together in the flower shop on a Sunday. And by the way, I saw that will check. Tell me, that is an epic success on that will. I was wondering if you might tell me what that means.
I actually don't think it bothered Regina in this way she expected it would. This is not Berlin. This is not that home.
Yeah.
This is like something she could not have expected.
Mm-hmm.
And it's actually comforting
in
a way.
Mm-hmm.
So there's not much that she has to fight in this. It's
Yeah.
kind of actually like discovering your parents for the first time versus being in conflict with them in some way, or like the past that you hold with them. So it's actually kind of therapeutic and much needed for her in a way where like his will, the journal, going home, the estate, the blah, the blah, the blah. This is like, it rips all that away. And it's like, here are your parents. It's like it's like going back and having your parents look through their old yearbooks.
Yeah.
Right? You get to see them not as your parents, but as who they were. Maybe a prom photo where they're like adorable and awkward. And your mom definitely has too much lipstick, which she tells you not to do. And it's comforting in a way. And so I think she gets to actually like live in that moment.
And you were born in 1909, correct? Is that right?
Yeah.
So this is like, you're looking at basically 1911, 12, before World War One, right? So your father had not yet gone off to war and had that experience. They're young, and they still have their, like, this was when they hadn't been together very long. They were still finding a place where they didn't have to deal with.
They were still running, right? They didn't want to have to build a house in Berlin yet. They didn't have to do any of that.
Yeah. Like this was before that moment, right? And it's just this moment of them before all of that happened. All of that happened, right? Before the gas and the disapproval. And it's very clear in some ways that, your mother's family did not approve of your mother marrying him. And this is a place where they didn't have to worry about any of that. Right. And it was just there's a lot of these little dreams about what kind of life they would have. It
actually is kind of what Regina hopes for, like away from society, simple, no expectation of you. It's kind of it's also comforting in that way. So I don't think Regina found it very difficult to come in at all. I think she actually found it easy is not the right word. She found it cathartic.
But you succeeded with style on that will check, which means you get a boost.
Oh. Let's see something. It's got to be related to family. Okay, so I have a question about my father's will and being left my estate and all this stuff.
Which you have been, by the way.
Which I have been, which means Regina's now holds some assets under her name.
Including this place as well.
Which is very cool. I don't think Regina wants any of that. Maybe this place. She wants this place. Nobody can have this. This is now, she has a very strong hold on that. But I would boost. Yeah. What do we call it? My hope is to basically it's like a resource boost. Like my hope would be that maybe she could liquidate something from the estate and get a bunch of Nazi gold bars, right? Or she could gain resources when we need them because she now owns, she can do that. And because she's a good German woman, who knows? Maybe she needs a new pair of shoes or a fur coat in Paris.
Now I will note, I'm going to say in your back pocket, I will just call that in your back pocket for the moment, this little boost. I will note that you can always rewrite your stunts at the end of this episode. If you want to rewrite a stunt to give you resource
Yeah,
bonuses
I
or whatever,
oh, yeah,
or an
I'm,
aspect even. I'm just noting it for the moment.
I know. I've considered it might be time to change actually my high concept. I didn't do that, but it's really nice to come back from Berlin and be, a housewife who has a lot of money.
Mm-hmm. So
just the title alone.
And so let us go back right now, sort of come back from our flashback into the flower shop. It is a Sunday, and this is probably the first time you've all seen each other in a bit, right? Because they've been off at the spa, right? And you've been off, and so now you're back together at this moment to have a discussion with each other. You know that Falstaff is coming, but he's not here yet. You're in the back of this flower shop, which has been renovated, I'm going to note. It looks really nice. It has been sort of rebuilt up. We're gonna have to. I'll have to put a thing down there for you. Hey, chat. I'm gonna go put up a group goal to see if you can make it, to give them an aspect for their shop, because they did renovations, and so we're gonna put up a group goal.
Yeah,
So,
I got some extra credit to dump. Let's do this.
Yeah, we're gonna
let's do this.
We're gonna put up a group goal to see if they can upgrade their flower shop. So notice happening. And so you're all here, and I'm gonna ask a couple of questions. What time is it that you are all here? After the episode, Rissa, I'm gonna set up, or actually maybe during break, I'm gonna set up a group goal for us all, so you can dump some channel points in there to give them a special bonus because they've spent some time renovating. So, what time is it that you're all here? How did you? What is your excuse? Who all is there? And what is the vibe? Is my question. I would like us to imagine right now, because I feel like some people have got some unstated things going on, and I don't want to upset you, Dot, but I kind of feel like some of the people in the room who are not you might have a kind of weird vibe because their vacation was a little bit...
Okay.
Best vacation in the world.
I would probably
So
travel.
relaxing.
I would travel undercover, so I wouldn't look like Regina. I'd wear like my basics, so that I could go straight to the flower shop without question when I came back into the city. So I could even have spent the night if need be or whatever, but nobody's expecting me back. I can be back whenever the hell I want.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll go there first, so that I don't have to go through the process of getting back out again. So I'll already have been there. I'll come to see the renovations, talk to Luke's mom about having to open the flower shop back up. Because we have to do that now, and to be on the lookout for these and these people, and Lucas to tell us if they show up. This seems to be a reoccurring thing. She keeps coming by, and I want to know every time she does and what she orders.
And it's Sunday. I'm going to ask you: is Luke there?
He better be.
Then he is. Like, I just want to know if you gave him the instructions to be there, because otherwise he might have, been somewhere else. But if he knows he's got to be there, he will be there.
Especially if we're all coming back in from vacation.
A little bit slouchy.
I would be waiting. Yeah, I would be waiting on the rest of the group. I imagine like the cold Swiss has left like little rosy cheeks on Regina. You know how it does when you're in the cold for too long.
Like a little doll.
Yeah, little cold cheeks. And Millie, of course, is there, like sitting like a good girl.
And the shop is not bigger, right? But I think it's like they've clearly sort of put in a little bit of like I know that you were sort of really excited about having, I think one of the things you really wanted was a greenhouse, right? So like a bit of a sort of like a greenhouse area, so you can actually have a better chance of getting some of those flowers in, right? So there's been clearly, depending on when we get those channel points, we'll see when it's hooked up or not, but like clearly some sort of ways to sort of set this up has been sort of coming in. It's been renovated. It looks much, much better. And Marie is cleaning, right? She's cleaning up windows. She's got a little bit of a whistle, just a little slight whistle. And Luke is sitting, slouching in a chair, a little I don't know. Would you call it like a teenage attitude, perhaps? I
He's
think
like
you would.
disgruntled.
A little disgruntled. Just a little disgruntled. Not a lot disgruntled.
Hmm.
Just a little disgruntled.
I
Is
wonder why.
is the mood? It's just a little. His. Yes, there's a little disgrunt with him. Who comes in next? And do you travel together? I would like to know.
I don't think Frida would be traveling alone at the moment,
Yeah,
so
I'm-
she will appear with whoever.
I'm pretty sure like Pritham is with Frida
Sure.
just because of like the nature of
yeah, we
everything.
had
And at
like
this-
an appointment and then snuck out. Yeah.
Oh,
Sure.
and
We'll show
I'm assuming probably an actual appointment isn't still
Yeah,
also.
but it's
Yeah.
like we just made the excuse of it being extra long, unnecessarily long. Yeah.
Yeah, so
So,
I think
we'll
we
show up.
enter together.
And so please do. What do you all look like as you
Round.
walk in?
How long has it been since we've returned?
Ooh, it's been like a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I
It's
think-
been 2 days. Like, I mean, so the all that happened on the 17th, which was Friday.
Friday.
And you probably would not want to leave that same day, so you probably were still there the day after, and so you probably are just arriving now, right? Like it's yeah.
I think you just see Pritham in his usual, not quite a full-on suit, but like a working suit of some sort. Maybe almost looking professor-esque with the checkered suit with the little patchwork on the elbow, and a coat. Because it's still probably cold in Paris at this time, right? April, I would say. It's still decently. I mean, at
Really?
least compared
Especially
to
in the early morning. and
Yeah,
evening.
yeah. So just like a like an overcoat type long coat type thing with a scarf just draped over his neck, and you could probably just see him carrying his usual medical case that he takes with him.
What's his vibe?
Not quite melancholy, just subdued.
Yeah.
I want to say much more subdued.
Frida?
Frida, as we established last
very pregnant?
week, is 28 weeks pregnant at the
Mhm.
moment.
Oof, okay.
So, third trimester there. And so she's pretty round. And if you look up maternity wear before like the past 30 years, it's not flattering at all. However,
Gown. You wear a gown.
it's you wear a big old potato sack. But I would like to think that Frida, knowing a little bit how to sew, has tailored her things to instead, and she's a very petite woman, so instead of the typical thing, she's probably wearing a lot of just empire waistline things, maybe
Mhm.
bought a few sizes up and then taken in where it needs to be. So she's still looking fashionable, because she's not down for the potato sack dress life. It's just not her thing. And I don't mean actual potato sacks because she can make that fashionable. I just mean a rectangle of fabric. Sorry, that's the seamstress in me. So she's wearing more tailored clothing, probably like a little pea coat over just to keep the damp and the chill off. And I will say that her hair is up and not in a snood.
Oh.
Yeah, she hasn't really worn any since her husband got,
Accidentally.
she's changing up
Can't
her
imagine
aesthetic.
Why?
Yeah, she's changing her aesthetic a little bit.
Hmm.
She's dressed a little bit more vibrantly
Mhm.
now that her, the 3 months of mourning are past.
Yes,
yes. And her general demeanor, she's got her typical Freda demeanor at the moment. Maybe a little tired, but typical pleasant Freda.
Greg,
Maybe a little stressed. I picture she's got a little stress.
why is Oscar not coming with them? Why is he not there
Because-
with them right now?
That would be suspicious.
Of course.
Be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
How long before he arrives?
I'd say that a 5-10 minutes window.
Yeah.
Something like that.
And when he arrives, what is his vibe?
tired.
Hmm. Dot, you were not here last week, so you don't know. He looks, in his clothing, bad. He looks very thin and as if he's been working really hard and not eating and not sleeping. You do, however, live with him, and you have seen him without his shirt on, and he is cut. He has been working out a lot to transform his body to be very, very hardcore intense, but less full. So it looks when he's wearing clothing like he's lost a lot of weight. But he plays up exhaustion from like working too much. But he is in very good shape. It just, his suits are just a little bit bigger. You know what I mean? Like so when he's clothed, he looks like he's just working very, very hard. But you've seen him do those push-ups.
I mean, I fight him in the living room. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. I don't know. Regina greets you all with a rosy-cheeked smile, which maybe is awkward. Who knows?
Frida's got that glow, so she's
Out of curiosity, were we expecting Regina there? Like, we
Yes.
knew that everybody's gonna
Yes.
be here. Right? Okay, I didn't know if I.
Everybody's
caught that
here
one.
except for Hannah, because she's gone. And all the people who have left, right? Tango's of course not there. Sylvie's not there. Hannah's not there. Jules is not there. Charlie's not there. Charlie's working in a factory. Although you hear that you think that Charlie might come if they can get away. Unclear, right? It's never clear with like in terms of work if they can get here or not. But they're not here at the moment.
okay. I think Frida would go towards Regina, like, Regina, it's been some time. How are you?
I think also at the same. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
She just says, "Glad to be in warmer weather. You look healthy."
Thank you.
She would be a lot more healthy if she actually, took some rest. Regina, it's been too long. And I think he kind of goes in, and he offers a hug.
I mean, she will allow you to hug her. I don't know that she is a hugger, but she'll do
I
that
feel
like
like it's
awkward, like hands
Yeah.
behind you,
Yeah.
And Oscar, you look thin.
You look rosy.
It was cold. I spent a lot of time sitting on the side of a mountain waiting on a broadcast from London.
We have much to discuss then. We should hurry.
Agreed. Shop looks nice.
Right.
Seems like the renovation actually completed.
Excited about
Yes.
the greenhouse, and I think she digs in her purse and she pulls out whatever paperwork she was supposed to bring to this meeting. She was apparently given papers.
Yeah, Regina will quickly take it and open it up. And
Because you're flying
point-
back. If you're flying back, they can give you actual physical things. Oh. All right. Okay, channel points, more than one goal. We have multiple options because if they get physical things back from the UK, that means they might be able to get a physical present as well. So we'll make more than one option that you might be able to give them in this moment.
Okay.
Like a nice little bit of gear, perhaps.
Okay.
Machine gun.
Bazooka.
Just to mention Frida coming off the plane. Oh, we got this.
They're probably in a crate, right? Sort of stowed in the bunker. Don't give us choices. Oh, I'll give you all choices.
I quickly open the page up to what I'm looking for,
Yeah.
Yes.
which is the physical copy of the report.
Mm-hmm.
And I slide it across the table. And I say, London has sent us special information.
Note about the physical copy of this report. This is a transcription. This is not a physical item that was taken from one place to another. This was clearly transcribed.
So, hear me out. For that pending question, does that tell me that this was intercepted?
Mhm.
How was this received?
Yes, this is from the way that you're looking at it. And look with little details. This would be a radio broadcast that was intercepted. But but and Oscar would know it, Regina would know it. Pritam and Frida, I don't know if they would know it just yet. This kind of information, Oscar and Regina would know. The other two, I don't know. This information would be encrypted. If this is a German broadcast, this would be encrypted. If you have it in a somebody decrypted it, which means the British, and as far as you know, the SOE does not have that capability. But what you're getting from
British
this is that
military
or
does.
someone, maybe somebody in the British espionage world,
and it's coming from Poland more than likely,
has the ability to decrypt secret German codes. And like you know this, right? They've got these codes. We will call them. It's an enigma what these codes are, how to get through them.
Wow. Such an enigma.
Such an enigma. They've got an unbreakable code that nobody knows what they're saying when they broadcast in this code, but it looks like somebody in the UK does have the ability to decrypt this code.
And they're not going to be, but here's the thing, they're not going to be able to decrypt it directly. It's going to have to come from a first source passed to London to be decrypted.
Looks like they are intercepting some radio broadcasts and have the ability to decrypt them.
So they're intercepting them directly.
Mm-hmm.
There's no other party.
Yeah. And you can tell because they're like some like, the kind of sometimes little errors you get with when you're like sort of transcribing things. And I'm going to tell you this, that the British have the ability to decrypt the Enigma codes, is nobody knows that. You did not know that. Nobody knows that. The Germans clearly do not know that. The SOE does not. The SOE, you've never been told that sort of stuff. If Ophelia was able to get this decrypted information, and you know that is not coming from the SOE, she got it from somewhere, and she should probably not have.
Okay, I keep that part to myself. But I point back to this and I go, this is not coming from the SOE. This is the British government. This is British military.
Or military intelligence, or one, because like there are a bunch of British intelligence agencies. Yeah.
More importantly, wait a second. MI6 was inside.
Mm-hmm.
Regina points to the paper gun. She goes, "It was MI6. It had to be." Were they there when you were training?
I mean, there were talks of it, but we didn't really have any direct connection. I'd assumed maybe perhaps some of the trainers were either ex or currently operating as MI6.
Would assume so.
I saw them when Tango and I were interrogated, questioned. MI6 was there, which means that MI6 has German Enigma code.
Did we not before?
Nobody has had it, from our understanding. This changes everything. If I can transcribe German broadcasts locally,
we would be ahead of the curve.
Always. But here's the thing: this isn't SOE. Ophelia went out of her way to get us this information, which means she made some deal with MI6.
Why is this not something more widely available?
That is a question I cannot answer by a piece of
I would
paper.
imagine that if it became
would fall
too
into
widely known, the Germans would
fall
find
into
out and
someone's
change their code.
That's fair.
But sort of Ophelia did a deal to get this information, and we should talk to MI6 and do a similar deal. This for that. They tell us how they're cracking the code, and we scratch their back.
No. To keep them off our backs.
I will note that the name Carl Jäger is circled on the sheet.
Right. We'll get there.
Also, there is a, how do I put this? Probably Bletchley Circle, right? Because the SOE was co-located for like where the you had a tour, right? Where the radio operators, the godmothers, the godfathers sit who receive your codes. The SOE did not have their own spot in the very beginning. So they were all sitting in Bletchley Circle with all these other sort of radio folks. They now have their own place. So you suspect probably she's got a pal, right, who is working over on the other signals intelligence folks. And probably it probably wasn't like a, hey, MI6, I'll do a thing for you. It was probably like, we are all a bunch of gal pals. There's a circle of
women
who know each other. And there was probably a little bit of a, hey, my girlfriend needs some help. Could you maybe sneak some information for me? Which makes it very unofficial.
We don't have to ask MI6 if we can get Ophelia to get us the original transcription. With this in the original transcription, I can figure out the Enigma code. And they'll never know.
Really? MI6 you're talking about. This is the purview is knowing things that no one else knows. It looks bad if you are asking for one of their secrets and you are doing so covertly and you're German. This could be bad for Ophelia, is all I'm saying.
I'll think on it. Until then, this man is a target. It took me a while to figure it out. Jäger, not our Jäger. This Carl Jäger? What's his name? Carl Jäger.
Greg,
Couple.
do you remember what I told you a while ago?
Probably not.
You were asking me about good old Elias.
Yes.
And I believe I told you.
Oh,
His dad's Carl?
No.
Is that what it is? Because that'd be awful.
If I remember, I believe I told you a while ago that there was some gossip and rumor that people were like, oh, he's only here because his father's important, right? There was some kind of thing about his father was like an important SS person. Yeah.
What is this meta knowledge for Greg, or is this knowledge for Oscar?
Oscar knew that Jäger's father was an important SS person, and that Jäger had been like, your Jäger had been. There's a little bit of ribbing back in the office about it, right? And he was a little touchy about it. That. Yeah, right. That people were like, "Oh, you're only here." Right, because he thinks he's all that, right? But there was but I remember telling you, because I was foreshadowing it, that there was a little bit of ribbing of our dear Elias in the office for getting where he is because his father was an important SS person, and you did not know his father's name. However,
if it's circled on the sheet that we're kind of observing, Oscar would point down and kind of tap the name. That is our Jäger's father.
Oh, they are related. Well, he's a rather powerful man who is moving a unit, they're calling it, through Poland. What you're staring at is the report of the thousands of people they have slaughtered for no reason.
What?
Long before Berlin. It seems they're clearing a path. What reason do you need to get civilians out of the way when you're trying to start a war? Carl Jäger is at the forefront of it, and the couple that I saved Millie from, they were running from a Carl Jäger.
The lawnmower, he was called.
It seems that seems he's not stopping. But the transmission to get this information back, which he very clearly is boasting on, is being intercepted by MI6.
What are they doing then? What do we do about this? Nothing?
Technically, we're not even supposed to have this information. If we act on it, then we could be in trouble with MI6.
Damn the MI6! We have valid information that we could use here. What's the point of having this? Are we just going to sit on it?
How would you
Pretty-
use it?
This is a battalion. This is more than 4.
I understand, but I mean, we've done so much already without any of this information in the city. We've don't tell me that we cannot do at least something on
What
our
would you
end.
do?
I don't know.
I don't know that we can do anything, but information is always valuable.
Knowing is important.
Right.
Right now,
You may not be able to act on everything you know.
It's true. And Ophelia sent this not knowing what it was. It
Oh.
took me weeks to piece it together.
She knew. That's why she
Oh,
sent
she
it to
knew.
you.
Oh, okay. Well,
She sent this to you not because of the deaths in Poland, but very specifically, she said, I want to give something to Regina that will help her with Elias Jäger. This report is sent to you, and that's why the name is circled.
just don't think it's enough to have like leverage over him.
His father is hunting, and he has sent his boy away. This is
Mhm.
if you are seeking love or some type of symbolic gesture as to understanding between even soldiers,
Mhm.
this Jäger, and he points to Carl's name, he has surrounded himself with trusted soldiers, trusted men that will do this type of work. And yet his son, whom he knows to be enamored with such deeds, he has sent away.
Does that
This is the damnation of a father.
right? So he's a disappointing child. I mean, I'm
No,
sure he's
no.
disappointing in other ways, but
This is rejection.
indeed, but to what cause? You're telling me that the devil himself rejected his son.
So what does the devil's son do?
This is something that makes the devil's son drop all pretense. To show once and for all to his father that he is a killer, not some bureaucrat who sits behind the desk. You show this to Elias Jäger, and he may very well.
He wants his father's position.
He wants his father's love.
And what better way to get it than to prove to him that he can do the same job his father can?
But he is
So
not
he'll do
under
what he
orders to
needs.
do so.
Yet. So what? He makes straight A's and does what he can in Paris.
No, you show this to him. If he gets this information, he is no longer in charge of Paris because he will forgo that role. He will forgo the desk, forgo the command, and he will embrace what he truly is to show his father. It makes no logical sense. It's
Are
a
you
matter of
suggesting
love.
are you suggesting we create a mass murderer here?
We're creating nothing. He's already a mass murderer. He's just hiding behind the mask.
He's a single man, goes around on a killing spree at night. Not quite the same as having an
Well,
entire army.
Preeta,
Unless
you
that
asked
was-
what, Doctor, you asked what we could do, and
I understand.
there's 4 of us against a battalion, or is there 4 of us against one madman?
With
I
still a
like the
killer
odds.
murdering many, who knows how many women and other people.
We need to keep this close to the cuff.
Hmm.
It is leverage against Elias Jäger. But we can't set that bomb off too early. And if he knows we know, wouldn't it just be much easier to tell his father and gain his respect that way?
His father will not appreciate that type of gesture. He is
A man
looking.
who slaughters thousands in minutes only wants to continue to be able to do so. And they very clearly kept it under lock and key. They were doing this long before the meeting in Berlin. His father is clearing a path. We don't have to tell the SOE that we have this information. We only have to tell them we received some. That the military will be starting in Poland. This is a way we can use this information. And then we use the details to stir up Jäger to a point where he is no longer valuable to Paris.
And then what? They send him away? How do we? I'm just trying to
How
follow.
does Germany deal with madmen, even their own?
So send him east.
And then we don't have to worry about Elias Jäger anymore.
If you're going to do such a thing, if you're going to reveal this both to Elias and to the command, we must do something at the same time that it destabilizes our true objective, which is to prevent this killings that is occurring. It is springtime. The trains are getting fixed. The track is being relayed and the bridges are being repaired.
Do we have a map here? Do we have a map here?
Yes.
I pull out a map. This
Wait, like, can we Hogan's Hero it?
Yes.
yeah, basically.
We have like a botany wall,
Yes.
like the,
Yes.
and they just flip it
Yeah.
over. And it's like a map.
Absolutely.
And it's a map. Okay.
Absolutely.
So we know the locations he's been, which means we can figure out his trajectory. So I go to the map. This document has the towns, and I start marking the X's over the towns to see if he's like moving north to south. Does it look like he's moving in a certain direction? Then we can start getting word out. We have enough connections. We can start spreading words. If we know how he's traveling, then we can cut the trains there.
There is well, that might be a bit of a problem, wouldn't it? And there is Falstaff.
Falstaff, Springs becomes you.
And that's where we're going to go
I
and
would
break.
like to, I was going to say, I'd like to think that Oscar and Regina at least have guns like at his head.
Absolutely.
He just, like, shows up.
Absolutely.
Right.
Of course you do. And he notes it, of course, right?
Maybe
you know?
the letter opener that's holding one hand down gets like tossed at the door frame.
Frida's just sitting in a chair like, oh.
And he's like,
He's
old
up just
bean.
like, what is happening?
Old bean, he says to the prince. But with this idea of, he's like, that might be a problem. Guns, knife, letter opener. Old bean. And that is where we're going to go to our break, because it is break time. When you have, just to recap, you have some intel that you should not have. And having it was a choice that Ophelia made at
Right.
great risk to herself to give you information to help you with your problem with your serial killer friend.
Yeah.
Some people in
Huh?
this room, and their names are Oscar, clearly understand Elias's psychology very, very well. We can probably get an empathy roll from you for a bonus there. And the question is what to do with this intel. And you're like, we have some plans. And Falstaff's like, that might be a problem. And that's where we're going to go to break. Ponder it. And while we're at break, stretch your legs, hydrate yourself. And I'm going to go and set up a good group goal, because our players have got they've had some work overtime. And so I want to make sure that as chat, you can help them out. And I want to make sure we have any kinds of love. We have some love before we go. I would like to thank
Love.
Rissa, who donated 100 bits, who said, it's so nice to see the whole team again. And it is. And I'm so excited. I'm so excited for something. I'll tell you in a second. Draft Deer donated $25. Thank you so much for that. Rissa has 100 bits for a hype train. Willen, who is doing, by the way, Willen is taking notes on everything for us because Willen is amazing, has given some gift subs.
Y'all,
So
let me
thank
just tell you, this entire notebook, I've had to upgrade. I was using tiny notebooks to what avail pages.
I'm using Google Docs for this one, so I can Control F find things, which I usually don't do. Usually all my notes are paper. But for this one, I need to Control F things.
I don't have any of this problem because I never take notes.
Ooh.
I will say that discover actions against Carl Jäger are things you can do if you want to gather intel.
I made an IRL
You
discover
did.
action on Carl
You
Jäger,
did,
and
didn't
now
you?
I'm worried.
I'm gonna just say, what did you all, your characters do not know this, but before we go to break, what is it that you found when you Googled Carl Jäger, dear Lindy? What did you find?
I looked up Carl Jäger. I was like, oh, let me look at this dude. And then it was the second fucking paragraph this dude is in. Oh yeah, his wife filed for divorce in the 30s, but it wasn't finalized till 1940. So dude was totally single for the rest of his life. And I was like, oh no.
And also, he divorced Yeah, his mom was like, "I'm divorcing you." I'm just saying, when Oscar's like, "There are some daddy issues going on," there might be some daddy issues going on. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
they might have gotten worse, just
And
like
I just
around
told
1940.
Trooper
Do you
my
know who has
newest
daddy
trouble
issues?
aspect, and I'm not happy about this development.
Wait, I'm sorry. I totally forgot what your trouble aspect was. What was it again?
Desirable widow.
Weird. Oh. Okay. Anyway, we're gonna go to break. Go to break, everybody. Go get some fluids. Precious bodily fluids. Go get some. We'll be in break. Enjoy how you should not do business with Hitler.
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but two alternatives, total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years, commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin. Presenting a radio series entitled, You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Episode 7, The 1,000-Year Reich. This is Douglas Miller speaking. Hitler plans his new order to last for 1,000 years. To realize the 1,000-year Reich, he must seize the means of education in the occupied countries and adapt them to this end. By restricting higher education to a small class of ruling Germans, scientific and technical knowledge will soon die out among the slave people. After a generation, they will be unable to use the tools of modern science as their own. They will sink into complete dependence upon the master race. This scientific slave state is not a dream. It is taking place before our eyes. For instance, in Belgium, the first step of Hitler's education for slavery program has been the assignment of Nazi professors to sit side by side with the Belgian people. Class, please come to order. This is our first class since the recent armistice. Many things have changed since we last met. I caution your young minds not to be alarmed by these changes. Herr Notabast? Immediately, Professor. We will continue our study of history in the usual section. But before we begin, I must introduce Professor Gruwald from the University of Homburg, who will attend all of our recitations. Professor Gruwald. Enough. You may begin, Herr Notabast. Then let us review our discussions to the point where they were broken off by hostilities. Jerome, you will begin?
Yes, Professor Notabart, I will.
One moment, young man. Hereafter, all education is dispensed by the benevolence of the Reich. Hereafter, you will express your gratitude by saluting the Führer. You will also ask my permission to recite.
Herr Gruwald.
Now you may proceed.
Herr Gruwald.
Proceed.
Heil Hitler. I believe our last discussion concerned the war. That period of history
Enough.
was...
Have you not just lost the war? Is it fit that you should discuss it?
I refer to the First World War, 1914 to 1918.
You are positive?
Positive.
Proceed. The discussion of 1914 can do no harm. Proceed.
In August 1914, Belgium was invaded by the armies of the Kaiser.
No.
But you just said.
All that has been corrected as the true facts reveal themselves. In August 1914, Belgium was invaded by the French.
Pardon me, Herr Gruwald, but it was the Germans. My book...
Give me your book.
Yes, sir.
Herr Notar, this is the book used to teach history in this school? Yes. It will be used no longer. Yes, Herr Gruwald. I myself will teach the history learned here. The true history of the First World War. Not the lying democratic Jewish interpretation of world events. Jerome.
Yes, sir.
How old are you?
13, sir.
I see. You are badly instructed. Don't you know that 2 times in 25 years, Germany has had to save Belgium from the French?
I have been taught differently.
Each time the French have made a bloody battlefield of Belgian soil.
Yet my book says...
Your book is full of lies. Soon you will have a new. A book full of truth.
But Herr Notabart is...
Herr Notabart is a Dummkopf, a stupid jackal who knows nothing about history. Is it not so, Herr Notabart? I do not think there's anything to be gained by... Is it not so, Herr Notabart? Yes. You see, Jerome, Herr Notabart has been lying to you. Why have you been lying to your students, Herr Notebook? Tell them the truth. It was because you were in the pay of the French and the English and the Americans, yes? You like your position, Herr Notebook? Surely you have heard of the Gestapo. You were in their pay.
Yes, I was in their pay.
You told their lies.
I told their lies.
Germany is the protector of Belgium.
Germany is the protector of Belgium.
Jerome?
Is it true, Herr Notebook?
It must be, Jerome.
Yes, it must be. We must have a new book.
Good. Now we will proceed with the instruction. Germany had been forced to save Belgium from the French how many times in the past 25 years?
Germany has been forced to save Belgium from the French 2 times in the past 25 years. History proves it.
Nor is this scene any different from hundreds of others taking place all over Nazi Europe. Hitler will stop at nothing to make the people of the occupied countries accept his new order as inevitable. You don't have to take my word for it. If you need proof, consult the authoritative Rebelli's book, Spoils of Europe, page 82. The best evidence of all, however, lies in the words of Adolf Hitler himself. And I quote Rosnig's book, Voice of Destruction, page 42.
Complete freedom of choice in education is the privilege of the elite and of those whom they have specially admitted. All thought must be subject to continental control and selection. We must therefore be consistent and allow the great mass of the lowest order the blessing of illiteracy.
All thought must be subject to continual control and selection. So says Adolf Hitler. How? By perverting education, by educating for slavery, by destroying knowledge at its source, by forbidding the publication and reading of technical and scientific matter. What happened in Paris in July 1940 is typical and may be cited as an illustration of how Hitler is blacking out the brains of Europe.
Herr Reinig? Ja, I am Robert de Serre. This is Andre Bernstein, Parisian book publisher. We were told at the propaganda staff that we must have your approval to publish my book.
You have made out the proper application papers?
I have them here.
You have a copy of the manuscript?
Yes, right here.
According to the application papers, you are Robert de Serre, age 46. By occupation, a social scientist. And you have written a book about the economic considerations of nationalism. Is that correct?
Exactly stated. I have made a very thorough study of the causes and effects of economic nationalism. I have devoted 15 years to the study. It's a good book.
Herr Bernstein, you have read this book?
I have read it several times.
You wish to publish it?
It's an important work.
I did not ask your critical opinion. Do you wish to publish it?
If it meets with your approval.
Good. Now, where is the chapter on Jews?
Jews?
The chapter on Jews. All books dealing with economics must have a chapter on the Jewish influence.
But this is a book about nationalism and not strictly about economics.
There must be a chapter about Jews.
Well, there is none.
Then you will have to write one.
But there's nothing to say.
Think of something. Invent it. Otherwise, your book cannot be published. Now, where are the chapters about the Führer?
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
The chapters about Hitler and his contributions to the economic, political, and religious magnificence of the new order.
But this book is about...
I know what the book is about. Where are the chapters? I want to see them.
There are none.
Then your book is not very comprehensive, is it, Herr de Serre?
15 years, research, study. I thought it was comprehensive.
Obviously, it is not. If you have no chapters on these two important social ideas of our time, what do you have?
Perhaps you will let me speak.
Perhaps. Do you know the book better than its author?
He is too upset to speak.
Very well.
He has made some very profound comments on the effect of high tariff on nationalism, showing how it makes a country self-sufficient, imperialistic, and inclined to be warlike.
That part will have to be deleted. It has no bearing on the Nazi new order.
But I already told you.
That part will have to be cut out.
But it's over half the book. There's some material on Germany's reasons for reaching out to the east.
Herr Botten, take it out.
But that leaves only about a quarter of my work left.
What is that about?
Several old ideas. It is nothing.
Good, you may publish them.
There's no point.
Why not? You have 1/4 of a book. Add 1 or 2 chapters on the Jews, and a dozen on the contributions of the Führer to the magnificence of the new order, and you have a book. It is done, no? Fantastic? Need proof? Then see Reveille's book, Spoils of Europe, page 85, and read for yourself the amazing story of Hitler's book Purge. How he not only refuses publication of civilized thought, but how he suppresses practically every book ever written that dares imply Hitler is wrong. Obviously, however, Hitler cannot force the adults of the countries he has conquered to forget what they already know, but he takes every precaution that none of that knowledge is passed on to the children. The punishment is death if an adult interferes with a child's Nazified education.
Everett? Oh, you wanted to see me, Herr Streicher?
You are still a professor at the university, I believe.
Yes.
Until recently, your son Jacques has been an excellent student under our tutelage. He has been most intelligent in understanding our new order. But yesterday he showed an inclination to doubt a statement in Mein Kampf. Would you happen to know why?
Well, he's still my son. I still have the right to teach him the truth.
I assure you that from now on his education will rest completely in our hands. Tomorrow he leaves for the same school in Alsace with our repatriated German youth.
Where is he now?
Müller, bring in the boy.
You think you can take my son away and drum falsehood into his head? You'll find you're wrong. He's still a Frenchman. You will see.
Oh, hello, Father.
Be still.
I'm sorry. Heil Hitler.
Jacques, I believe your father tried to incite you with rebellion by telling you yesterday that Mein Kampf was a pack of lies.
Let the child alone. I did tell him.
I would rather hear it from your son's own lips. Speak, Jacques.
I forget.
We will refresh your memory, Jacques. We will show your father how infinitely superior our new training is to French training. First, race, the basics, the fundamentals. Remember what the Fuhrer says, Jacques?
I don't remember.
Everything we admire on this earth.
Everything we admire on this earth, science, art, technique, and invention, everything is only the creative product of a few people, and perhaps only one.
You'll see what a fine scholar he will be in time.
The boy is simply a parrot.
Silence. Second, Jacques. The master race. Go on, Jacques.
There are inferior people and superior people. I
am not German.
I am not German. Therefore, I am an inferior person.
Jacques, you don't believe that. Tell him you don't.
You see how apt he is, Herr Beauvais?
What kind of disease are you putting into my boy? He's French.
This is the new education, Herr Beauvais.
You barbarism.
Enough. Müller, arrest Herr Beauvais on my order. Take him away.
Father!
Don't worry, Jacques. Don't worry. Tell him the truth always. Tell him the truth.
What are you going to do to Father? Let me go! Let me go!
Tears are sentimental. Tears belong to a weak and inferior race. Stop crying, stop crying. Your father is inferior. You know that, Jacques. Repeat that, Jacques.
My father is inferior.
Again.
My father is...
Unbelievable? No. Jacques is only one of thousands of children all over Europe who have been exposed to the Nazi primer, a standard textbook for all children of school age. The same textbook from which the foregoing theme is derived. You can read it for yourself. This textbook, along with fanatical lectures by Nazi teachers, forms a basis of child education in the occupied countries. And thus, for future generations, the perverted, warped Nazi philosophy becomes a means of training them to be slaves and to make them like it. We of America must not be too late in freeing Europe, or these children will be lost forever. You can't do business with Hitler.
You have been listening to the seventh program in a series entitled You Can't Do Business with Hitler, in which Douglas Miller, America's greatest expert on Nazism, reveals the complete details of Hitler's plan to conquer and enslave the world. Listen for the next episode entitled The Living Dead. This transcribed broadcast, written by Elwood Hoffman and produced by Frank Telford, was brought to you by the radio section of the Office for Emergency Management in Washington.
Hello and welcome back for the second half of this third episode of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French resistance campaign using Fate condensed. There was Dot. You put in a. I need to write it down in chat. You put down a title possibility. It was
the last thing Regina said, which was "Spring Becomes You."
Spring Becomes You. I wanted to write that down. And so now I have. And we are back. And we are in a moment, my friends, on the... I should say I have put up the goals. There is a group goal. You have 30 days. See, here's the thing, what I want to tell you. Resources are difficult to come by. Not only are they expensive, but also you have to transport them into occupied Paris. It's not so easy, to do this. Like, how do you do this thing? Well, you all in chat represent in various things, but in some ways in this moment you sort of represent the British government, right? The resources that are available. And we have things that our heroes might be able to get, but these are much larger things than individuals can do by themselves. And so you all get to represent, now also Americans as well. There are people with money who are running about, and that is you all. And so you can donate your channel points. Each person can only donate up to 2,000 points a day. That's your limit. You will have 30 days to get as many points as possible. Every 50,000 points will be one resource for them. And these are going to be, we're
halfway there.
Big resources.
After the Ooh.
Like when I say a resource, I don't mean like, hey, here's like a candy bar. I mean like big important resources.
I don't know. It's the 1940s. That could be a big hella deal.
It is also actually occupied Paris. So yes, it would be a really big deal. I mean, like,
Yeah,
but it'd have to be like
sure.
a case of candy bars. Do you know what I mean? Of actual chocolate. But for example, they got 4 experimental radios, which was a very big deal at one point in time. That was one of the group goals. And one of the other
we
group
need
goals,
50,000?
50,000 per resource. Yep, per resource.
Okay, so we're halfway to the first resource.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
So y'all, smoke them, or use them or lose them. Right? So this is your moment to see what you can get. What we can get for our heroes on a larger size. Yes. So all of you are. You know what I need? I need to make an ad.
Ad?
Yes. One of those propaganda ads that you had back in the day about Victory
War
Gardens.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Oh yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Let's talk later.
Okay, yes, we have to talk because we're talking Victory Gardens. Y'all, everyone has to sacrifice for the war, right? You can make your Victory Garden
Yeah.
and to help our heroes move forward. I'm so excited about this. Oh, you know,
Do you like beets? Hitler doesn't.
We're gonna do an ad. I love it. I should also say we have a Discord, a Patreon, and the Patreon has like it's the $3 tier. We do have a tier that is way more than $3. It's like $100 and something or whatever. This is a tier that I expect people not to do, but somebody said somebody who was in a business was like, we want to sponsor. I was like, well, here you go. So that tier, which you can just do for 1 month if you wanted, is enough to basically fund the cost for the cast for 1 episode. And if you do it, we will make an ad for you. A radio ad that will play during the break. A period vintage radio ad for your excitement is what, because I was like, I just want to do radio ads. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I want to do 1940s radio ads, and that is what that's going to be. So if there is somebody who wants to go and $200, which is it $200? Because it's like a one.
I will request that my PSA is around the drug craze mania. I'd like to do our reefer madness. Like
Absolutely. Are you kidding?
40,
Yes.
Insane, like, kids these days. The
Yes.
devil's
Damn
lettuce.
kids.
Absolutely. I'm just telling you. So that is
Can I do a pro reefer?
yes.
In
Yes, you can.
contrast?
I'm just telling you, we've got ads, and I'm very excited about it.
Oh,
And we've got options, and that one is look. I imagine that is not a thing. Also, like, don't do it every month. It'll basically pay for the cost for the cast for 1 episode, and you get an ad that will run the entire month, an entire month's worth of time. A faux vintage ad for you. So this is what I'm very excited about. It was like will it happen? I don't know, but I was very excited about faux vintage ads. So that is an opportunity. But here we go. So when we left off at our break, you all were deciding what to do about this intel that you should not have at all. And Falstaff has arrived, and you were like, maybe we could go and like come around this way, and then we can do something. And Falstaff comes in and goes, oh, that might be a bit tricky, wouldn't it? Oh. Team, Elsinore, I hope you're all doing well. And Falstaff is sort of tall and sort of erect, the nice little mustache of graying, sort of a slightly older gentleman with a really nasty red scar right down his face when Regina broke a bottle and smashed it in his face. Just jagged bottle right in his face. Like, as you do with your friends. And, but...
He upset me.
Yes?
Look, in the run of this show, I have done 5 seasons of this show. How many times has Regina lost her cool? Falstaff, I think, is the only time that she actually just couldn't. She had to.
That's true. Yes.
He's a special case. He should feel grateful that I showed such vulnerability.
You should thank me for the horrific disfiguring scar.
What a lucky treat.
What a lucky treat. And so he sort of strides in and he goes, Elsinore, how is it? I trust your vacations have been productive. And
Yeah.
what's this here?
And he puts his gun away.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
This is Europe.
Yes, indeed. But what? And he sort of points to the little markers. He goes, Old Bean, says to the prince, I hope you're doing well.
I'm trying to remember, what was the last conversation that he's had with Falstaff?
Talked about cricket, right?
Right.
They were here on New Year's.
Yes.
That's right. Good to see you again, Falstaff.
Madam. And he sort of like tips his postal cap to Frida because she is pregnant. And that is only
she's
polite.
sitting down with her feet propped up. She'll nod.
Preetham looks at him and he goes, perhaps, and he kind of looks at the gun and the knife embedded in the wall. Perhaps a letter next time to announce your visit.
Pulls the letter opener out of the wall, places it on the table next to Regina. Something should not be written, something should only be said. Important things. But
Then I imagine you're here because you have something important to say?
I'm also checking in on you all. Do you have anything important to say to me? And he looks back at that little map, little sort of hidden map.
If I say yes, you have to go first.
Interesting. That is quite a strange bit of... Now, I mean, I would have been fine going first, but now I feel like I should go second.
So I should say no.
Oh.
No, we have nothing to report.
So you're not doing your job then? What have you been doing in this case, since you've apparently been...
We were all on vacation, don't you know, Falstaff?
Well, vacation, of course, it's to be a working vacation. So, what information would you like me to return to London in my own way?
Well, in complete transparency, the question is whether or not we should return the information at all.
Go on.
No, you first. That was the deal. You may want to have a seat as well, at least before we start.
He walks over. Now, you know
that we'll like tap a chair that's like probably next to her, near hers, like just like tap tap.
There's somebody who has their feet on the table, which is quite inappropriate. And so when Falstaff comes towards Frida to sit down, he just moves Luke's feet off the table with his hands so he can pass by, and he sits next to Frida. And Luke is still disgruntled about something that might have to do with his mother. But
yeah, I just go, Luke, not during debrief.
He's a little floppy haired at the moment. He's letting his hair grow a little bit because he's no longer in the little French nationalist fascist group. So he's because he wanted to be like a really little jazz guy. So his hair grew out a little bit, which makes him very emo. And Falstaff sits down and goes, now, first off, this is exceptionally adversarial. I would have no problem telling you my information, but now that you don't want to tell me unless I tell you this, what is this all about?
I believe she's just feeling feisty.
Oh, I
Not
see.
seeing you for a while.
Oh,
I've been away from people. I'm feral.
So you've missed me. I could tell.
Please, Falstaff. I promise we'll fill you in, but ours is it needs some time. You first.
All right. Let's think of this as a bit of a planning meeting, shall we? I have information for you, a bit of a well. Generally speaking, I cannot give you too much information, but I would say that there's movement happening in the city, as far as I could tell. Some things I can... when I say some things I know officially, some things I don't know officially, but have had rumors and indications of, which are none of your business, but I might accidentally notice a thing or two. I would say that, first, one of the main questions I would like to ask you is, have you been able to recruit any more cells? How is it going?
I cut my eyes to not Grant Oscar. People, names.
We are working on recruitment of some members of my theatrical troupe. So that I am...
Good. I don't need to know the details if we can have that just move down the line for security purposes. But it's good to know it. There are forces at work at play. De Gaulle is moving quickly to recruit important and interesting people in the city for Free France, which, of course, as our allies, that is not a problem. However, if they're in their cells, they're not in our cells, if you know what I mean. And cooperation is not always as transparent as it could be. So please note that they are snapping up people left and right. Be aware, try to get as many people as you can within our frame of influence, because we don't really know exactly how things will play out in a year or two's time. There's some tensions I can tell between De Gaulle and the communists still, especially those who are not French citizens. I've been hearing some rumors about a couple of groups, some Armenians, some others who are organizing and doing some work in this city. I've not yet been able to find them or contact them. Bit of a tricky thing. So I will note that there's things happening. It looks as if Paris is rebuilding a little bit, and you are, have a good perspective. So hopefully we can find those people, make contacts with them, and if all goes well, we might be able to use them for some sort of larger collaboration and in cooperation with each other. So on that sake, I would say that it's looking good. I can't give you certain details for security purposes, of course, but it seems as if we're in a position where things are being rebuilt, and that is positive. Next up, this is general. There are a couple of cells I've not heard from in person, which is a bit disconcerting, so I'll be doing that work myself to sort of check in on security.
They've gone dark.
Yes, there have been one or two that have gone dark in ways that, well, how do I put this? They've not technically gone dark. They're still sending reports to London, but I've not personally seen them, and as you know, I tend to make my rounds, and I've not been able to meet some of the people that I normally meet. Now, of course, sometimes people go on vacation, but I try to keep contact and make sure I have eyes on. So, I have a bit of a concern about two cells who are still broadcasting, but I've not seen them. Just a heads up, as, a bit of a central clearinghouse. I'll keep you up to date with that, if I can. I
do have a question. You've asked us to up our recruitment process, but how do we go about this? I mean, it's not like we can put out flyers.
No. This is where your judgment comes into play. This is where you have to bring in all of your espionage work.
Perhaps you can maybe tell us how they've been able to more successfully recruit.
Oh, first off, you have to do the work. You go out, you live your life, you chat with people, you meet with people, you suss them out in a subtle way, find out what their politics might be, and if they seem to be amenable, perhaps turnable. I mean, there are different ways. I mean, one, if they seem like they might be ideologically aligned, you might be able to make the ask. I mean, of course, I would make sure that if you make the ask, for example, you might want to talk to Frida about reading people's personalities. But make sure they don't know anybody else in your cell, of course, so that if you are compromised, that, only you get murdered by the Gestapo. Hopefully you don't, because that would be terrible. Be an international incident.
All right, Falstaff, you've had your turn. Okay.
Or you can blackmail them. I mean, that's also another thing you can do, is blackmailing. That also works quite well. But watch out for that one. Slow but steady.
We'll discuss some influential opportunities as a group and report back next Sunday.
Yes.
Luke, is there any champagne left over from New Year's?
Oh, well, it's no. But if you want champagne, yes, there is. If you want some, I can get some.
Would you mind grabbing a bottle so I can pour some for everybody?
And you can tell he's salty about this. Not about you asking. Not about you asking. But he's like, oui. And he goes, gets
Frida
up,
will accept him. Oh,
Where do we
thank
get the
you, Luke.
champagne?
It's
Right.
much appreciated.
nods.
We'll come back around. Luke's gonna get his turn.
Yeah.
He goes upstairs to the apartment.
We have been expanding our network. We have come across some valuable new information. It has led to some troubling conclusions.
Go on.
Carl Jäger. Do you know this name?
No. Should I?
Yes. We all should. And unfortunately, right now, we're in a bit of predicament. He is the father, of my understanding, of our own dear Elias Jäger. He's been running a special ops mission across Poland for about the last year. His special ops includes cleaning out villages and civilian living. These locations are the ones he has been successful in.
How do you know this? That's somewhat far afield.
We'll get there. The only reason I can figure to clean out this many people along this path is because this is where they plan to march. They're going to need buildings, infrastructure, and they need it to be clear of civilians.
Alternately, based on the information that you've gathered from that conference, they just like murdering people. And they plan on
this is true,
cleaning out everything.
Just murdering people doesn't win wars, as bestial as they all may be. Someone is still going to plot a path to take over. And they have to start somewhere. And they've already begun here long before the conference in Berlin.
Yes.
This is a test run. Now, that being said, let's get back to your actual question. We've worked with you a long time. And we've never been anything but absolutely honest in the work that we do. So, I will put you in the same predicament we're in. I received some personal information. A gift, some may call it. From inside the SOE. But the information did not originate there.
Go on.
Based on the information I was given, I'm guessing MI6 has the Enigma code. They've been intercepting direct broadcasts from Poland. That is how they got this. And I hold up the piece of paper with the numbers. That is how we know where he has been and what he has been up to.
Well, that makes a few other things make a bit more sense now, doesn't it?
It does. Problem is, we can't, say, report this back without proving that there's a leak inside MI6.
Well, this is interesting because I have a bit of a mission for you all, amongst your own self-directed missions, of course. And what you just told me gives a bit of perspective about the mission that I've been told to pass on to you.
Well, maybe it was a good thing I let you go first.
Well, you all have given some important information up the line. I was not given it personally, but roundabout, about this conference of yours. Well, not yours, of course, pardon me. Where they plan on, well, murdering 11 million people. With your audio cassette tapes and everything. So, my understanding is that people have met to decide what to do about it. And I've been given a mission to give to you all in response. Thought it was a bit of a strange response to it for many reasons, and now I think I know why. You think that this was Enigma code. And he looks disturbed for a moment as he's sort of like letting certain things percolate in his mind. Oh. So, the information you gave is quite grave, serious, and of course the question is, what will we do with this information, yes? But if...
The exact conversation we were having as you came through our door.
Ah, yes. Problem is that if it is true what you say, that someone in our government is able to break the Enigma codes, and if it's true this document, which I imagined, I have no reason to believe it isn't, that means they've known about what's been going on before your conference. And, well, I certainly have never heard anything of it. They've kept that under their hat, haven't they? Which means they've known about this and have decided not to let us know in SOE, which means they clearly think that keeping the Enigma code secret is more important than acting on that information.
What's the point of having information if you cannot act on it? Especially when it concerns the lives of millions of people.
Yes, well...
May I propose that it's because they don't want the SOE to have it?
No, I think it's mostly other things. If it comes out, then the Germans will no longer... They'll change their codes. And then we won't...
change their codes.
Secrecy.
Perhaps they're saving it for a critical point of information to act. Wait until they have the best information to act upon, rather than every piece of information you obtain.
Yes.
So, not that I'm a deceptive woman or anything, but I propose that maybe we report a portion of this back to SOE, leak it as natural intel, and let them piece the parts together themselves.
And I'll look at Regina, like, imagine we've got like notebooks to take notes or whatever things. Like, hold up like the notebook, like, should we mention the journal? Like, is that a way to leak it?
Yes, if you hold it up, I'll point very openly.
Mm-hmm.
We have some potential ties, the journal, some other ways that we might be able to feed in Carl Jäger's name. He's a new pawn on the board, and he was hidden for a long time, but he's the king. Everything that we assume Elias is doing is driven by some strange father figure problems he's holding from the past, and his father is raking his way through Europe. He is the bulldozer for the incoming march.
Well, I do have a mission for you. I also have I thought I'd report in for a mission that, thanks to your Charlie, we did a bombing of the Peugeot plant outside of Paris, and it went very well. They won't be making any sort of trucks out of that factory for quite some time. Thank your Charlie for that intel. That did very well. So, I don't quite know what to do with this mission, but I'm going to give it to you anyway. It did take a bit of time because we had to ask Tango and, Gertrude for some of the intel that they had, so that you might be able to do what is going to be asked of you as effectively as possible. Bit bold, and I don't know. Well, I'll just give it to you, and you'll decide what you're going to do. They're murdering millions of people as we speak, apparently, according to your data, and have been for some time.
Right.
And it seems very clear that, there's not much being planned to do about that, because it would compromise sources, including you. All of you would be compromised as well, if that got out. And I certainly would not want that, personally. You're too valuable of a resource, of course, as a team. I wouldn't want that. I suspect there are other problems as well. Could you imagine what would happen if people knew what was going on? There would be... Well, I don't know what would happen, actually. Any number of things could happen if it were exposed. Well, nonetheless, there was pressure put, my understanding, for some sort of action on your intel. My understanding is that there will be some out east, perhaps, something that can be done, but the question is what to do with you. You're highly placed, very influential, too important to expose to risk in certain ways, unnecessarily, we've argued. But something should be done, yes? So there has been an authorization for you for an operation. It might take some time to organize it, but we now know that the people that they are rounding up to be sending to work camps are going to be exterminated. So, we can't really do anything to tip our hand. If they know that we know, they would compromise all sorts of things. So.
What new fresh horror is this?
There was one suggestion, and that was, there are currently at this moment a few thousand people being held at various transit camps here in the area of Paris, Drancy, Campagne. There's a number of them. And thanks to you all, those people have not yet been shipped out. It's any moment, any time they'll be sent off, I'm certain. I imagine they would have been sent off last month or the month before, but, well, there's been that whole lockdown because of all of the shenanigans you've done. Good job on that one. Good job, what? Well, so, what I would say is, we've been authorized a somewhat bold move to try to liberate those people in those camps so they don't get sent off east. Now, there are some, of course, logistical problems with that, because a couple of thousand people and smuggling a couple of thousand people out of Paris would not be easy, almost impossible. It takes so many resources just to take 1 or 2 people out of Paris. We have Jules taking people by courier, but that's like 1 or 2, maybe 4 in a vehicle. You get a couple of people on a train. Our ways to get down pilots and people in and out is well, it's not those numbers. Those are numbers that are a bit beyond. And this is where your tango comes in. Your tango, according to the reports, as Ophelia reminded us, was working to get about 500 or so Jewish people smuggled out of the city at one point. He has some sort of contact, or he had some sort of contact that had, well, some sort of resources or ability to hide large amounts of people and then get them out of the country. And, well, we had to go and track him down back in the Americas, didn't we, to find out what that was. I'm here to give you that information. Also something from Sylvie as well. So, the Grand Mosque. There is the Imam, the head of the Grand Mosque, diplomat, Muslim man. He apparently was the contact that your Tango. He approached, well, not him personally, but one of his people approached Tango and asking Tango to do all this sort of forgery for him. It seems as if the Grand Mosque of Paris has the means to smuggle people in large numbers out of this city. So, if there's going to be some sort of breakout of these, out of these camps, then I think that you'll have to contact the Grand Mosque and get them on your side. You'll have to make them allies. If they have the means to get them out, then they might be the ways that we could get these people out that way. My understanding is that Sylvie also reminded me to remind you that she had a fairly good contact with the chief of police. The new one, not the one that, was murdered. And he looks up because Luke has not returned yet with the alcohol, because the person that was murdered was his dad, right? And Luke sort of comes down, finally trudging down with a really, really nice bottle of brandy. A very nice bottle of brandy. And he comes down with this bottle, puts it on the table, kind of sits down, crosses his arms. So, one thing is about the logistics, getting people out. This is the Grand Mosque. If you can make contact with them and convince them to work with us, then that would be one way. If you can maybe recontact the chief of police, he might be able to be helpful. Sylvia assures that he is friendly, perhaps a bit constrained, but friendly, and he might be helpful in this as well. Perhaps because at the moment the gendarmerie are sort of running these camps, and so perhaps there might be some way that he can get you in and out. It will, of course, be a bit dangerous for him, so there has to be some sort of ruse or means in which this can be done. The next problem, of course, is where to send these people. Nobody wants them. To be short, that would be a couple thousand refugees, and no one wants any refugees in their country. The UK doesn't want them. The United States doesn't want them. They've turned ships back already. Nobody wants refugees. Certainly not 11 million refugees coming into their country, if you see what I'm saying. That is a bit of a problem.
I cannot guarantee a space or a place for the entire 11 million, as you have said, but I do have a kingdom. And I do have some space. There's still some leverage there, if that's possible.
You'd have to get your father to agree.
That is quite the tall order. But if it means saving even a few of those people, well, what's a call to old daddy?
Well then, that would be... Old Bean, I'll be quite honest with you. There are some problems. There's been some pressure that perhaps maybe the French colonies could take some people, but de Gaulle doesn't like that either. Really, no one wants to take these refugees. If your father would say yes, that would be helpful. I don't know how the British War Office would feel about one of its colonies taking these refugees, worried about the precedent, you see. If your father says yes, the British government might say no, and put pressure on your father that way, so it might be a bit diplomatically a bit tricky.
But not if they're no longer... Not if they're covered Jewish citizens. When Tango moved them last time, he changed all of their passports. This is why. If we pose them as a different citizen, then we could hide them inside of the kingdom. It's exactly what we did for Hannah.
Indeed. And also, you may find that though my father is usually quite agreeable, he's very hard-headed when it comes to certain things, especially if he's convinced. And in the end, he is king, regardless of what outside influences may come in and influence him to do what he does sometimes.
Well, I will say...
some level of respect there.
Your Highness, if you could convince him...
Don't call me that.
Sorry. Pardon me. If you could convince him, that might solve some of the political problems. And I don't mean to... Please note, this is not my opinion or my feeling. What do you think would happen if it got out that the Nazis, the Jerrys, are planning on murdering people? What do you think would happen if that got out to the general public? Because clearly the British government already knows. I don't know if the Americans do, but the British government already knows clearly that that report that you have right there indicates it. What do you think would happen if it got out on the news?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Well, I'd hope it would rile up people and actually see them for the monsters that they are.
And then what?
But I don't know. I'm banking on basic human morality at that point.
Do you remember that last roundup that happened here in Paris? Do you remember how it worked? The police said, Jewish citizens, come in to the police station, register. We want to see you all for a conversation. And people went voluntarily. And in the last one, it wasn't as voluntary, but they didn't fight so hard because, after all, they were just going to be put where? Perhaps a work camp. What do you think would happen if they knew that they weren't going to a work camp?
They would run.
They would run.
There'd be a riot, a fight, and hopefully
The countries
survival.
want to keep the countries want to keep it quiet because they don't want to take in the refugees.
Yes. It's 11 million
children,
people.
Old people cannot fight particularly well. They will flee.
Yes, they will flee. And they'll want to go somewhere. And this is Dirty business, but indeed. Gillinson's correct. People would run. And they'd have to go somewhere. And I don't know if you noticed this, but just not too long ago, there was a boat full of Jewish refugees that was trying to head to Palestine, and it was torpedoed by the Soviets. There was another boat just a few months ago with a bunch of children, and they left from Hamburg, I think, and they went to Cuba. The United States told Cuba not to take them, and then they also told that boat, the United States said we won't take them either. Those Yanks, they said we don't want these refugees. We've already taken our fair share. And that boat came back to Europe, and now they're all back in Germany, aren't they? Because nobody would take them. It wasn't that many people. It was just a bunch of children, and nobody wanted those refugees. It's a precedent, isn't it?
Okay, all right. So, we're going to need to move them in much smaller chunks than I think you realize.
Oh, that Grand Moss got 500. So if you can, that's a...
Yes, but we're talking about thousands of people, which means we need to move them in chunks of 500.
Yes.
Which means we're going to need to house them for a while. The mine will be able to hold some of them, but it will require us to move them from point A to point B. The mosque
and enough
is not
food
going
and water.
Yes.
And...
I have some thoughts on that front, but
this is your mission. I've been letting you know that you have been authorized to free the people in the transit camps before they're sent off east. And if you do, and we can get a place for them, there's an idea of, once they get out of here, perhaps training those who are... do what the SUE does. Training those who are able-bodied, turning them into some sort of guerrilla fighters, montagnards, and sending them back. Giving those people the chance to fight rather than just die. And it's not exposing what was in those transcripts to the world, but it's something. And you are authorized to do that. It is it's up to you to figure out how to do it. I can give you the resources that I know, which is the Grand Mosque and, your chief of police. But you are the agents on the ground, and the less I know, perhaps the better. But if there's anything that you need, if you need me to coordinate with anyone else, I certainly will do. And how you do it, that is on you. But I would say, probably don't have forever if this Wannsee conference information is... It is what it is. I'm sure they're going to be sending off those people sometime as soon as they can. It's been slowed down because of all of the trouble that the SS has had, thanks to you, but they are recovering. So.
If this is something that you wish to do, then you are asking us to... The probability of us dropping our cover is large.
I would say, do it only if you cannot drop your cover.
Then you need to do it the right way. And this is not my part to say, but I will say it as someone that has been in the field. You are asking to move these people and then potentially make them into warriors to send back and act as guerrilla insurgents inside the country. This is the wrong way. If you are going to train them, you bring the trainers here. You train them in country. And then, as awful as it sounds, the conscription into these services to fight for the crown or whoever you wish to fight for is contingent upon their loved ones, those that cannot fight, so too young or too old, getting safe passage out. This drops your number from the 500 you need to carry out to 200, 150. These are small numbers.
Yes. Well, this is on you. But we know now from your information that whoever you do not get out is going to be murdered. So it is your choice what you want to do with those. It has been authorized. My understanding is that the War Office didn't want to do anything at all. But the SOE has made a case that this could be something that could be done. So, as our central unit, this is on you. This is your choice. If it is doable, then do it. If it is not, then don't. And some of these people are from the east. They're most likely, if we could get them out, we'll probably send them not perhaps here, but to Poland, to Czechoslovakia, other places afield. Many of these people who've been taken up, most of them are refugees from the East, and they have valuable intel about what's happening in those places. And most likely they'd want to go back, and they'd be good agents if they could, and probably quite a few will not want to be agents, but want to just stay wherever they can be homed.
It feels like we're putting buckets on leaks while we watch the pipe burst at the end.
Yes. Yes. It was the best that I could do.
For a moment, ignoring Falstaff, he would look over at Freedom. We must focus only on our league. Just the one.
I'm not. I suppose I'm not quite as frustrated at our incapability, but the callousness of those in higher levels of power.
Well,
history won't remember, or may remember, or may acknowledge the evils committed by those tyrants out there, but I feel they will more so, or equally at least, remember the apathy, the evils of our apathy.
History is written by the victors.
Indeed. They may not remember that at all. Hence the secret.
Well, hopefully, if we all do our jobs, the only thing we'll remember is how hard people fought for other people. So we will do what we can. We'll make a plan, and we'll see you next Sunday.
From me to you. I don't want you all being compromised by this. You have resources, see if you can use them. I would not want enthusiasm for this to cause any harm to Elsinore. So, do what you can. If you cannot, do not. Certainly, the SOE has plans to do something on other fronts as well. I know that things are... I don't know what, because, again, information security, I'm not told everything, and this is not my jurisdiction, but I imagine they must be doing something on other fronts with the information that you have in some ways that might be safe. But it has been authorized, and nonetheless, you all are quite good at it. Perhaps you have some of your other missions to take care of that will... Yes, well, if you need anything, let me know if something I can do. But just don't. Also, those people have been in those transit camps for months. I can't imagine they're being fed well. I don't know how healthy they might be at this moment.
Well, it's a good thing we have a doctor.
Yes. Do you need anything from me?
Perhaps some better news.
Yes, work on that, Falstaff. We'll see you next Sunday.
Indeed.
I'll walk you out.
Yes. And Falstaff sort of gets up from his chair and moves Luke's feet off the table again as he sort of passes by, and he sort of gives a slight bow to Frida. Just sort of points to your belly. Be careful about all that.
That's why we have a doctor.
My dear, you've been placing quite a little bit of a burden on my shoulders if you're going to expect me to take care of all 500 people.
That
Well.
just like she can reach him, just pat, like that's not what we were talking about, but that's okay.
Oh.
He's still worried about the 500 he's
Yes.
going to take care of.
He's like,
She's like, we're talking about the baby, but okay.
Okay.
That's yeah. Just-
All right. Puck, shall we?
Don't be seen. Yes, the store's not open yet.
Head out together towards the back courtyard.
As they're walking out, the three of you would hear Oscar say, "We have to put the bell around your neck so we know you're coming."
Oh, that ruins. That goes against the entire point. Oh,
I'm
come
scared I'll shoot you. That's probably what you would hear. When they're out of earshot of the others and the door's closed and they're walking off, he'd square up to Falstaff.
Puck.
Do you have news of my son.
Yes. Yes, I do. Do you have a moment?
Of course.
He reaches into his jacket and he pulls out a pack of cigarettes and he hands you one.
Takes it.
Now, do you prefer cigarettes? I have a pipe if you prefer that.
This is fine. I prefer getting to the point.
Well, he smokes the cigarette. He says, oh, flashback, my friend. Flashback. To the moment when you had to convince your son to leave. Where are they being hidden at this moment?
I would assume that they are being hidden, in all likelihood, probably in the bunker.
Yeah.
Because that was the most secure location that none of us really frequent enough to draw suspicion.
And you have really good in and outs without being seen. And you would have your team there, right? Your son, Dora, Greta, in the bunker. I imagine your son has sort of is having a very good time in a very cool place, like huge, massive barrels, and it's like probably set up all sorts of kind of neat things to play with and around.
Jerry would be there too.
Yes.
He would trust Jerry enough to do this, even though he wouldn't tell anybody else that he's bringing her to the bunker, but he would do it.
Isolde is probably not there.
No. Isolde's not there.
No. And your son is sort of like, I think probably at this moment, sort of sitting on Dora's lap and just kind of like, a little like nervous legs, right? Want a little nervous energy wanting to sort of run around. But it seems like we have a serious conversation to have instead. And how long has it been since you have last visited?
The promise that he would have made to his son, even though he's underground, so to speak, is that the sun will never set twice before he sees him again.
So he's probably waiting, right? Waiting for you to get there. And we are in this bunker. And they are there and they're waiting sort of underground. Jerry has brought food most likely and sort of kept things sort of together. And your son is looking up at you with excitement. And when you come in through that sort of grate from the sewer, he rushes up and he gives you this big hug. And then kind of steps back. 2 sons?
That's correct. Today is a great day.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's not we, it is you.
What am I doing?
Oh, today you fly.
I've practiced. Let me show you. And he hops off of Dora's lap and goes over to Greta. And he puts his arms up. And Greta stands and takes a couple steps back. And then your son does a running leap and sort of jumps up for a lift, like a dance lift. And Greta lifts him up. And he sort of he doesn't have the core strength just yet. And so he doesn't have he can barely hold, he holds that the plank for just a second and a half before he sort of collapses into giggles.
And as soon as he collapses into Greta, Oscar would already be behind Greta, and Greta, who is the best, he would take her by her elbows and pike her up and hold her by the small of her back as he lifts them both up.
And your son is this is the most exciting thing ever, right? And it's a thing about, have you told him who you are?
I'm Oscar, his father.
And it's a thing where it isn't spoken about a whole lot in certain ways, but you can tell this is very important to him. But he doesn't, it also seems like he doesn't want to say too much because he doesn't want you to go away, right? Like there's a kind of he doesn't want to say anything to jinx it, right? But he is very, very, whenever you're there, he's always there around you to see what you're doing, to ask you questions. And you can see him studying you, the way you walk, the way you hold yourself, your hat. You can see that he's trying to drink up everything about how you move in space. And he clambers off and onto your neck, right? Just up onto your shoulders.
To better answer your question then, Trooper, when you say, what does he know? He's never lied to his son.
Yeah.
So if any of those questions he would answer them. And while his son is on his neck, he would like lower Greta down as he kind of slides off to the back, and he would kiss her because he truly loves Greta as not more than he did Melchior. It's different, but
it's different.
He holds a tremendous love for her though.
She kisses you back with that kind of a relaxation, right? It's like a relaxing into the kiss, and sort of leans into you, and she sort of hooks her arms around underneath your shoulder to make sure the little one does not fall off. Just that little, like, it's a hug, but it's really also just a little bit of anchoring of that little one as well.
Then her fingers would meet Oscar's fingers as he's holding him from the other side.
And she says in your ear, very quietly so that he can't hear, she says, "Is it time?"
Yeah.
And she nods. And Dora is sitting a little bit across from you, and she's watching this, and you can tell this is, she is dressed to the nines. She has got her wig, she's got her makeup done, she's got a lovely scarf, she's got this very, very nice, as it turns out, there are some clothes from the people who were here before that she can fit into, and she has got herself all dressed up, and you have not seen her in the interim years, but there is a relaxation to her and a feeling of safety that she has not had for some time. And she watches you three, and she smiles at something that she has not seen in a long time, and it makes her happy.
Then he will greet her in the old way, the way that he did so many years ago. And I'm sure his son's still hanging on his back.
Oh, yes.
He would just give Greta a squeeze as he would go over to Dora and look at her and say, "I'm going to mess up your makeup now."
Oh, you always do.
And he would give her a kiss.
And she smiles, and she just rubs her cheek against yours, getting a little bit of that foundation just right on there for you, because payback. And she says, "Your son is not going to want to go."
Yes, but luckily I have one of the most persuasive people in all of the world in front of me that can help.
Perhaps only if I get something out of it.
What more could you possibly ask for? As he wipes the foundation.
What I would ask for is something very, very valuable indeed.
I am on pins and needles.
One last show.
What will we do?
I have been looking about this place. There's this place. It's a big cavern.
It's a screaming room.
Oh,
yes.
Is that what you call it? Well, it has amazing acoustics. I want one last show with you. Oh, and please bring the little one. Regina was her name. I hope she's well. And I hope she's left that woman. That date of hers, I hope she has. Can we have one last show?
Never truly leave someone like that. At least not where they will stay away.
I suppose.
One last show, but the next few moments are going to require a performance of your own, as well as from Greta, as well as from myself. So 2 more shows.
All right. But I do insist. The trench coat. I want my MC back.
1 more show.
Right. I haven't been able to perform in 8 years. At least not a performance that I enjoy.
Then let us give them 1 more for those here, those away, and those in heaven, so they may applaud and feel the joy of Doris once more.
Yes. And you can see it in her eyes. She's like, where can I put a banner in this basement? Right? You can tell that she's thinking about how to turn this dank dungeon basement into something fabulous for one last moment. As she stands and steps back, and then she just sort of places her hand just on your chest in that kind of casual way you do with someone that you know very well, as she sort of slightly moves to sort of check out the space. Just, the performance will happen as you wish.
Very well. And he would sit, crisscross applesauce on the ground.
And your son is, that thing when you try to get somebody off of your shoulders and they just keep trying to just all.
I know it well.
Yes, you do. You know how kids can be very slippery that way, and it's just like how do you even do that, right? It's just all up around your upper body the entire time with giggles. This is the most hilarious thing ever. Max, yes, that was your son's name, if I remember correctly. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And he thinks it's hilarious. Just that you just can't get him off of your body. I mean, you can, because he's actually very small and you're huge. But he is trying to be as slippery as possible. Because it's his game.
And he would just wait until he thinks his son is going left and go right, and do literally a dancer's turn where he brings him from the back to the front and drops down into the crisscross applesauce with him in front of him. Ah, there you are.
You found me.
I have an important mission for you. We have spoken before about the things that I have was doing whenever I wasn't with you.
Just takes your hat off of your head and puts it on his head.
Do you are you ready for a mission? I've been told that you are old enough, but
I am.
I know you are.
Are we going to dance?
Yeah. And then after that, you are going to fly. Not in the dance, not with your arms. You're going to fly in a plane.
No.
You are. And you are going to go with your mother, with Dora, it's my friend, Frida.
Where are we going?
A new land. A new land.
Oh. So what will you show me there?
That is where your mission is. You must look at everything that you see. You must put it in your mind as one would a picture or something that you would draw, or a picture, a photograph. For when I get there, you must tell me everything that you've seen. Okay. What I should look at. You will be my guide.
So I'll be a Wandervogel. I'll be a scout.
Yeah.
2 days. 2 suns.
It will be longer than 2 days. For I will not lie to you. This is your mission. Your mission is to take care of your mother, to take care of Dora, until I get there.
How many days?
I don't know. But there will be a sunset when the sun is going down. And then I will be there.
But I don't want to go if you're not coming. I don't want to be away.
I don't want you to go. I wish that you could stay here, but this is a tunnel. This is not the sky. This is not the air. This is not a place for a scout.
But I don't mind being in a tunnel if it means I can visit you and see you.
I know. But this is the mission.
It's not fair.
And it never is. But the one thing I can promise you is that with all of my heart, I will be walking in the sunset one day. And you and your mother and Dora, you will tell me everything that you've seen. You must not leave out one detail. That is so important that you remember everything that catches your eye. Whether it's a bird or a person or a mountaintop, a tree. You must tell me about these things, for then you will be in charge.
Papa? Do you not want me to stay?
With all of my heart, I want you to stay. But it is time. And I am not asking this to be mean, and I am not asking this to be cruel. I am asking this because I need you. I need you to do this for me. Only you can.
Will you be there for my birthday?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
You will not forget. When am I going to come?
For my birthday. And I will have a present for you. It's a sunset.
Just look for me then. You'll see me coming.
Okay.
Do you know what? And he indicates over to Jerry. Do you know what you told me one time about the sun?
No.
It's God's spotlight. They only shine it on their favorites. So when you feel the light on your skin, know that God is watching. So am I.
Will they speak German where I'm going?
I don't know. These are things that you must tell me.
Oh. Okay.
But what if they speak English? Are you going to give up?
No, I'll teach them German.
Or? Yeah, but what will you do if you show up there? Are you going to allow them to talk and you don't understand what they are saying? Or
no,
going to...
I will secretly learn English and then know what they're saying and report back to you.
I knew that you would understand. This is the mission for you.
I'm going to miss you. Because I only just got you. And I just found you again, and...
Are you going to forget me?
No. I wouldn't.
Then I will not forget you.
I remember everything about you. I remember that little funny mark there by your ear. And I remember... So I counted all the push-ups you did that one time, and I will do that many push-ups as well.
No, you must not do as many push-ups as I do. You must do as many as I did plus one.
I will do that. I've not made it yet, but I will. And I remember what you smell like, and also the look in your eyes. You make this crinkle in the eyes when you smile.
Yeah, well, I will remember everything that we have said. I remember your words. And he taps him on the chest. I remember your heart. Do you know why? Because in your words and in your heart, as it beats and as you speak, these are the things that carries a soul. Always remember that if someone is good in here, they will be good here as well.
And he puts his forehead against your chest. And he listens. And he puts his ear against your chest. And he says, "Do you know what I hear?"
Hopefully a beating.
"Yes."
Otherwise, I am in desperate need of my friend.
"No. I hear that I have the papa with the best heart in the whole world."
Well, that is good, because that is where you'll be. Until I see you again, I'll keep you here.
I'm going to be a hero like you when I grow up.
Hero? What is that?
You're a hero. Don't tell. But Dora was very sad for a long time. And then you came and she's not sad anymore. And Greta, Mama, she was sad. She pretended like she wasn't, but she was, and she's not sad so much anymore. And you saved me too, because I was sad, and then I found you, so I'm less sad now. So you're a good hero. And I'm going to be like you, and I'm going to do all of the push-ups +1, and also dance too, and do the stage, and also be a scout, and also be a pilot, and also I'm going to make all of the things, and then I'll tell you all about it. And I will learn all the languages, and I will everything.
I have no doubts about any of this, but remember, just like you said, to be a hero is to be kind, is to give joy to others, to make them happy, to give them the smile. You are far better at that than I am. You can teach me when we are together.
Okay.
And
1. And he takes his fingers and he puts them at the corners of your mouth and he pushes them upwards into a smile. He tries. That's how you do it.
Is that how?
Yes.
All of these years. Oh, I shall never forget it. Now, you must prepare. You must be ready to take notes, protect, be kind. And then I have one last surprise for you. This was Dora's idea. I am a part of this as much as you, and this is a surprise for me, but we are going to do a show.
Can I do something?
Of course.
Okay.
What should we do?
We should do a play, a story about a dragon, and also a great hero with a sword, and everyone will be in it. I'm going to start making costumes, sets, and Max rushes off, right, to go and make a set as we sort of head back to the present day. And Falstaff says, well, they're safe outside of London, of course, because of the bombing. It's just that well, my understanding is that your son keeps asking about you. Would you like us to send postcards? We have an office that does that sort of a thing. Just sends postcards in your name so that to make things a little bit easier. Would you like us to do that?
Can you get him a message for me?
Yes, of course.
Tell him to watch the sunset.
I can do that. But look, old chap, if you want, if you wish, that is something we can do. We can... you didn't take the training. Might I ask why you didn't?
I know all that I want of this life.
It was also about protecting you when the war's over.
Yeah?
It's harder to do if we don't have a paper trail.
Yeah.
We have a son to look out for now, and, well, perhaps another one on the way. I'd like to be able to have a piece of paper saying you're one of us when the War Crimes Tribunal starts happening? You know it will.
Well, I'm sure that you can make something up for me.
Well, I'd like you to think about it at least at some point in time. We might have time yet. I've put in a good word for you. I'm sure the training would be trivially easy for you, of course, as it was with Guildenstern. It's just once the war's over, people are going to want revenge, and they're not going to care very much who they get it on, and I'd like to be able to say that you're one of ours. Just think on it. You have children now, man.
The cells that went dark.
Yes.
The information they are sending, is it good?
It's a question, isn't it? Ophelia says questionable. But the information checks out so far. There's nothing specific we can point to. She doesn't like the feeling, and I don't either, but at the moment all the information's still good. But I don't like it. Neither does she.
I'm not a member of SOE. I ask you this question as two people that are in the field of battle. This group, do you believe that they are dead?
If we're lucky, they're dead.
Tell me where they are.
If we're unlucky,
and I will find out.
All right. I can give you my concern is that they're alive.
This is mine.
All right. You're looking for an Indian woman, radio operator.
Should have the name?
Well, went by Madeline. That's not her name, of course.
Oh.
Code name. But who knows what she's using, but it would be her, Indian woman. Man. This one's French. The Indian woman is also French, Russian, cultured. French man, mid-40s. We called him Blue. He had sort of two blue eyes, one... you could recognize him. He's got 3 broken fingers on his left hand. Courier. There was one more. An older woman. Oh, I'd say she's probably about 60 or so. Spitfire. Spitfire, that woman. She always, bald as a cucumber. Cucumber's bald. You know, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Knitter, she gathered the information. She would go about and just sit places. Quite funny. She curses like a sailor, that one. And then there was one more, the organizer, always teams of 4, as it were. This one, he was, he was Spanish, from the Civil War. Communist, of course, that sort of thing, partisan, but rough man, broken nose, 3 places. Tough. You could respect him. I imagine he's probably not alive. I have been looking. I've been trying to find all the different places, everywhere they might be, and they're not there, but there's not yet indication that the trip codes haven't been given. The problem is, there is a failsafe in the transmission, that if you've been captured, you're supposed to leave out certain information. You have the code, but then you have the emergency code, and they know it. The emergency code is being used, so the brass doesn't think there's a problem. I do, Ophelia does, and we don't have the evidence just yet, and They're
Stop
a good
looking
team.
for them. Let me look for them.
All right.
If they are compromised, then they're going to be looking for their handler.
Yes.
I'm not telling you something you don't know.
Yes.
So if you feel for them the way that you feel for us as you feel for your other wards, then stay clear of them.
All right.
Look in the emergency drops, obviously, in case they do. But I will look for them. Where does they operate out of?
They were mostly, there was a small, do you know the church? It's in the 8th. There's a small church in the 8th, and it's a sort of a bit of a broken spire. Next to that church, there's a rooming house, a boarding house, and that is in the back where they would meet. The old woman, this scar that I got, yes? This one, you see it? Oh, I got another one down here. Well, that was from her. That was a knitting needle. She was a bit of a peach.
I see a common theme.
Yes, indeed. I don't know about that at all. Anyway, she ran that boarding house, and that was the main cover space. Yes, the Starry Night. I've not been there. But the other, of course, I cannot tell you because that is too dangerous.
Yeah.
I say this because I suspect you have access to prison records. So, I imagine if they've been captured by the Gestapo, you'd be able to find out.
Yes, friends in low places.
Indeed. Your son is fine. That woman, Dora?
Yeah?
She's doing some sort of cabaret.
You should go.
Should I? Well, I'm here.
Now, let me forewarn you, and he puts his arm around Falstaff. Let me forewarn you, Falstaff, when you walk through Dora's doors,
Yes.
you are leaving yourself outside and you are opening yourself up to the experience of joy.
Oh, it sounds like there's quite a bit of alcohol, then, won't there? Oh, what's this German joy?
Whatever you need.
Oh.
Dora provides that she is a purveyor of hope.
Oh. Well, I hope we all get out of the war, so maybe I can see this thing. Your son is fine. He seems to be somewhat anxious for your visit.
Yeah.
Do me a favor, will you? If what Gillenson says is true about getting those codes, I assume from Ophelia, you ought to be very careful. There's no way she could have gotten that safely.
I know that the secret is safe with you.
Yes, no, but the question is, you'll have to be very careful what you do here. I will tell you this, and I wouldn't tell. I don't want to tell Guildenstern because I feel like it might be a bit difficult emotionally. There may be a moment where you'll have to make a choice, a hard choice, that will keep your larger secret safe, but to do so may be not so good for your souls. You'll have to watch out for the prince. He probably won't like it, but if it comes out, it won't be good for you or for Ophelia. You have to keep the Enigma code secret, or else, well, that's treason, isn't it? So, just know that there may be moments when it won't be so good, and I would hope that is you just keep Guildenstern. I'd hate.
Okay.
Yes.
It's all right. I understand.
All right. Well then, I've got another route to go. Yes. All right, good soldier. I'll give your son the note. And he sort of makes his way through the courtyard and back out one of these sort of back alleyways.
Oscar would finish his cigarette and then go back in.
And what is happening on the inside?
Luke, what's the matter?
I was about to say, as soon as they leave,
Yes.
Regina looks at Luke and goes, "How have things been while we've been gone?" Either your stomach is upset or something is wrong.
And if it's the former, I can definitely go do a quick checkup.
No.
What's the matter?
Or someone's got a little case of the droops.
No. Look. I'm the man of this family.
Oh, bold statement there.
I'm 17 years old. I am trained by the SOE. I'm the second in command of the cell. In this apartment, I'm the man of this apartment. No one else is a man of this apartment. It's me.
See.
Does your mother have a boyfriend?
And why does this bother you so?
I think it's a form of celebration. You should be proud of the position you're in. You know.
I don't know.
Does this man make your mother happy?
For now,
Do you not wish your mother to have happiness?
I do, but
Well, then as the man of the household, it's your responsibility to make sure that your mother is happy and stays happy, isn't it?
Why does it bother you so? Let's get to the bottom of the real problem. Why are you upset?
Use your big boy words now.
it's been just my mother and me for so long. And it wasn't good when my mother was with my father, and I didn't like it, and he was terrible, and when he left, it was the best thing that ever happened to us. When he came back, it was terrible. And I don't want... It was easier when it's just my mother and I. I mean, back then she would spend so much time wondering what I was doing and what I was doing and where I was, and always asking me questions about everything. And and I'm glad she doesn't do it all the time because she's busy a little bit, but I just don't.
You need to ask yourself this, Luke. Was that time better for you, or was it better for your mother? She probably was not having as easy of a time that you thought you both were having. And if this relation brings her some semblance of joy in, well, whatever this is that we are now in, then perhaps it is you owe it to her to let her have that joy.
I'm not much of one to talk about relationships, but she seems happy. You know who you can talk to if she does not seem happy anymore, if he does not treat her right.
The problem is the person I would go to is the person she's...
Us.
Oh!
Luke, you come to us.
Sorry,
Luke.
sorry. Yes.
When was the last time you saw your mother happy?
Maybe before, like, this morning?
No, yes. What, probably before your father came into the picture? Okay, it's a very long time. I will share something with you. I just got back from the Swiss Alps. I learned that my family had a piece of property there, and I thought maybe it would be good for me. And it was. Do you want to know why? Because for my whole life, my parents were unhappy. Not with each other, but with their situation. I had a chance to see what their happiness looked like. And I would never have taken it from them or allowed the world to, had I known. Do you remember the night that you told me all about your scarlet? Do you remember how you felt? Would you take that from your mother?
No.
Then join her in her joy. Because one day you will not be able to.
I have continued to see Scarlet as I have been given the mission to do.
And?
She works at this brothel, the 122.
Yes?
She meets with people.
Yes, we know this much. Do you have a class schedule for the spring?
Oh, no, she's very evasive, but she meets with a man. This man is, I have been doing my job. He is the head of the French Gestapo, this man, that she meets with regularly.
Jäger?
No, the French Gestapo.
Oh, that's who?
Oh, a man I know, and not so well, but I do know him.
Do we know who that is?
No, you do not know who that is.
Oh, this is big information.
That
okay.
is someone you do not know. As a matter of fact, he was
Head of Gestapo, you said?
the French Gestapo. He was a man, Pierre Bonny, a colleague of my father. He was a police officer, known for fighting corruption, I think, until turns out he was actually corrupt and that he was fired. And he is now, it seems, the head of the French Gestapo, and they're calling you. And he comes to this brothel regularly and meets with her. He is there. There are many people who come to the brothel. Important people, Nazis, and important people, and the boys, the French Gestapo boys. They meet there often. I cannot go in because she would be there, but it seems as if something has shifted recently. Something has changed. There are more of them. I see more of them on the street. There have been doing more on the street. I heard Duke talk about it as well. They are gathering more forces. They have seemed to be more independent. They are making attacks on smaller crime families, smaller ones that are not so established. They are gobbling them up, making themselves bigger. I think they're making a move, I think. So, and she, it seems, knows them all very well.
This is good work, Luke.
She still wants to meet you all. And I said you are not here, because you were not here, so...
Well, do not fret. She is going to get to meet me, but ask Regina Kraus. Or, excuse me, Regina, what am I now? I'm a...
Leichner?
But thank you, Leichner. All I could think was Jäger, and I was like, that's not right.
That's not right.
Too much Jäger talk tonight.
Weird. That's a weird slip. Interesting.
Yeah. Not at all. Okay. Well, Frida, I have a job for us.
Yeah? It's fun.
As much as I hate to say it, Falstaff is right. We are going to need some more influential friends. We need people that are on our side, regardless if it is the SOEs or our personal side. And what better time than spring for a proper ladies' brunch? I have the perfect location in mind.
Love a good brunch.
You're going to be social.
Of course.
Re-
That's how you get
better
things
way-
done.
No. This is
Regina, you're going to be social.
you are going to be social.
I'm going to attempt to be social. One of the things that I acquired in Berlin was my family's estate. All of it. Everything. And by...
Congratulations, I got my husband's.
It's a good feeling. And a proper German woman would come back to celebrate such an event. Fresh dress, showing things off, and under the table I'm going to be liquidating a few things. There's nothing wrong with a wealthy woman liquidating into Nazi gold. Some possible resources for us to trade for much needed food when we have hungry mouths to feed soon. Until then, I'm going to have the family's china shipped from Germany over to make a big deal out of it. I want to assure that everyone wants in, but not everybody can get in.
Of course, you have to create scarcity at these branches. Only a certain number of available seats.
I imagine Oscar will know the right actresses. I have my way with some of the French ladies in town. And I have the perfect gardens. We haven't been there in a while, but I imagine that all of the German soldiers would get us the afternoon for a little tea and cucumber sandwiches or something. A beignet, whatever is French. I don't know what you have at French brunch, but sure.
Croissant, some cheese.
Some croissant and coffee. Yes, this might be a good idea. Then we can get a feel for where everybody stands on political matters, and more importantly, gossip will be in the air.
Oh, of course, the gossip is ripe at brunch, we might say.
So we need to impress. I'm going to take some steps and put some things in place. We're going to need new dresses, Frida.
Of course.
As much as I'd like to invite you boys, I'd much prefer you to be...
No, it's okay. I don't have to be there.
I mean, as much as I would like to see you be sociable, but...
Luke, you have become quite the charmer with the ladies, correct?
I think you're quite charming.
You want me to work there as flower boy, yes?
Yes. I imagine that you might be able to charm some of the younger ladies. Nothing like a helpful hand to make brunch a little bit more welcoming.
I also am going to have to carry lots of boxes, yes? I always carry the boxes.
I imagine
there will be some... carrying the boxes, though, Luke. I mean, look at me. You said I can carry boxes right now.
Luke, the point is for you to look good carrying boxes.
Well, I could perhaps dress him up in something. I do have some old fancy attire. Perhaps that would fit. Yes, I would fit.
You know,
nice.
we could use flowers from here, tailor it down, and you could be
do his hair.
Yes. Oscar, I'm gonna need you to definitely make sure he looks the part.
And this is when Oscar's coming in, I think, at that moment, right?
Yes, Oscar, we're planning ladies' brunch. Only the cream of the crop, if you know what I mean. I'm gonna need you to seed some want amongst the ladies on set.
Consider it done.
Oh, and Luke's going to need a haircut, something that looks German.
And you can tell he's trying to grow his like DA back. He's trying to grow his his jazz, and it's like not a great haircut because it's like I'm a wild jazz person, and it's like the Zazu style was a little bit ridiculous, and he's trying to grow it back. And you can see he's like,
Luke will be a good standing piece of eye candy. We could use some security. Who's the handsome gentleman who tends to accidentally star in your films?
Clemens Brown.
Oh, yes, that one.
Clemens, yeah.
Yes, Clemens. He's
you know,
a bit of a dunderhead. If
I should check in to see how Martin is doing. That is very good at organizing things, getting schedules.
Yes, and he's only there to make the ladies feel secure and to be looked at. So he'll be fine at the gate or something.
Do you want German personnel that you can trust to a point? You mean like Clemens?
Yes, of course, like Clemens.
Then I can get Schmidt and Casper Brockenhaus and a few of the others if you wish.
Maybe it'll be just hot enough that we're sweating. Yes, this is good. Yes.
I should point out something, maybe.
Yeah.
You know, I was also doing the things I've been told to do. Also, just checking in on the little bird. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much for that, Luke. I appreciate it.
Delivering flowers and so forth.
Mhm.
There are some young men there who also do not wear shirts very often.
That is very true.
They might also be able to go to this place.
Might be good. We could pay them to, say, move the heavy china boxes. They are fragile and will take at least 4 hands.
What exactly sort of party is this? You know what? Don't ask. I don't want to know. I'm just going to be there.
It's a married woman.
are
It's a
you
married
sure?
woman's brunch kind of thing.
It's like we're shooting a 90s beer commercial.
And I just want you to know, I can see like slow motion, like the guys with the crates in slow motion, and like we don't know where the water comes from, but they're
This
like,
is the goal.
Yep.
I want to
They've got
make
their
these
shirt
women
sleeves
feel
rolled up.
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
They're sweating. I want these women to feel, one, like they are royalty, and two,
yeah.
like
Eye
they are
candy
surrounded
everywhere.
by
Yeah.
the best
Well,
eye
Surrounded by
candy in
beautiful
all
things.
of Paris.
Beautiful china,
Oh,
beautiful
even
hostesses,
pure sex
beautiful
sells.
staff.
Yep.
A beautiful garden.
There's like Fabio's going to be
garden.
there. It's just like, whoosh.
Yes.
Yes.
Could I ask what level of influence you were looking for at this party?
As high as we can get.
Well,
I
if that's
imagine.
the case, I
who?
could talk to Jean-Luc?
Jean-Luc? No,
Jean-Luc.
no,
Blanking his name.
that's
Actually-
Paris civilians. No, he's
Prism,
a different civilian. Party guest.
I was thinking, since we have a very big job to do, and all of this is working towards
John
that,
Paul and Bob.
Yeah, Jean-Paul.
Jean-Paul.
that it might be a chance to invite your parents to Paris. Your mother could attend the luncheon. You could show your father around all of your many
I
achievements.
as normally wonderful of an idea that might have been, my parents and I don't quite see eye to eye. And there's a reason why I've kind of left. And the last time I've had a conversation with my own mother, there
I'm afraid to get to look on her face when he says that. She's like, "Oh, that's right. I interrupted that."
didn't
Oh,
go quite as planned, nor in a cordial manner.
Thoughts on how you're going to move all these people then?
Well, that was something I was hoping to kind of work out and perhaps take some time to do, at least whittle them down. But if it's possible, I mean, it's worth a shot. I can try. I'm just letting you know it's not something that can happen overnight. When are you even planning this?
Yeah, it'll take a few weeks of shipping of all of the things that I would need. We need to build up some hype, so a few more weeks. So 2 or 3 weeks' time, more than likely, at minimum.
If you're asking them to come here by ship, you do know that's going to take some time.
It would be a good cover, huh? And like you can see Luke like, oh wait, I learned.
Cover.
Right, if you're going to do some sort of big operation where you save people and so forth, being at a party would give you an alibi.
I suppose, yes, but you're asking me to get in touch with them, convince them. Well, first off, get back on good terms, or good enough terms to convince them to come here, then make it in time for a party that is only a couple weeks out.
The party can be even if you wish, but you do need to convince them to become on good terms if you're going to convince them to take on refugees. Anyways, but
I'm not denying that. I'm just more questioning the timeline.
the timeline is what we make of it.
It is an option.
I could try. I will try my
difficult
luck.
We could
one.
also have a few smaller branches to create some hype,
Ooh.
some excitement, enthusiasm about it, and we have a very large branch.
There is
You know-
always another option, which is to send you back.
Back home.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
take a trip.
Not as fast.
Not as fast, but just as
I think I
doable.
could do it all over letters, but if I have to face them face to face,
You're going to ask your parents to take in thousands of refugees via a letter.
if I could, but I can see how that might be a bit.
I have a bold question.
Yes.
Freedom. Have you thought about telling them?
I was under the impression I couldn't.
It's against the rules.
Yes, well, if you all don't think we break the rules on a regular basis, then you're kidding yourself. So let's talk realistically here. A few thousand people are saved because Pritam tells his parents, hopefully your most trusted advisors, the people who don't want you to be doing this anyways. You tell them the truth. They better support what you do. Can remain under the guise of disownership or whatever family problems you may be facing. But they know the truth. And they'll be more inclined to take in the acquiesce of you moving a few thousand people across their borders.
And the fact that the propaganda you're writing, Zeno, is not actually what you think.
Well, if I knew this was an option from the beginning, I would have been not in this predicament in the first place.
Some things take time, and it wasn't opportune before. Now it's more important than ever. And I feel like if your father is as
pig-headed,
intelligent a diplomat as I think he is.
Oh, if that's how you want to put it.
I'm trying to stay optimistic here.
No. We it's
as somebody
it's a good
who
plan.
is facing her father issues. Might be time for you to do the same.
I mean, if they care about you, they won't want to blow your cover anyways, because that would get you killed, and you are their son. So they have good reason to keep your secrets.
It's not that I'm not saying that bad parents. It's just it can be difficult. But I can find, if I am allowed to speak about these to an extent and help them understand why I'm doing what I am doing, and the importance of what we're doing here, then yes, I can imagine I can convince them to an extent, or at least appeal to their morality, and ask them to house innocent people.
You always have the option of only telling your father, but I have a feeling that
it's going to take a greater effort.
With your mother's support,
yes,
it will be easier.
But there might
the
be
only two people that can know.
There might be another.
Another what?
Well, another option, I think. Maybe.
Are you going to tell us?
Well, I would, but we're going to end the episode, so this is going to be a bit of a cliffhanger after. But before we do, I believe we have a role that we have a few roles at this moment. Also, as this as this conversation was going, I was like, oh, I need to go meet. There was an ask I wanted to make for a guest spot, and I was like, as this conversation is going, I need to make that ask right now. So I just, as you all were speaking, I was like, I had to DM somebody right now to be like, hey, I've been wanting to ask somebody for reasons. That are this reason right here, and you did it, so now I have to make the ask right now, because there might be another option besides a mom or a dad for an ask if I can get this guest. That's what I'm saying.
Ooh. Okay, well, there you go.
Okay.
But we'll leave that cliffhanger moment. Oscar wanted to roll for an aspect, I believe.
I did. I want to roll to create an aspect on Oscar called Warrior of the Sunset. So I'm going to roll fight.
Please do.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's epic, and I'm
Nice.
going to pump all of
You don't
my
need to.
fate points.
You don't need to. You already made it. That is you get the advantage with 2 free invokes.
Wow.
There we go.
That 7, that does it. That is right there. And we're going to call that. By the way, we're in kind of like a freeze frame moment because there are some things that are happening as we close up the episode. Warrior of the Sun.
Ooh.
With 2 free invokes, and I'm going to give you all a chance in this moment. Let's give you 2 free invokes on that. For this moment, are there any other roles you want to do before I have a roll? Personal.
We still got fate points to spend, right? I got a fate point to spend. Oh damn.
Because this is like a Sunday where you have a possible mission that has been authorized from the SOE. You have your own things that you may want to do. You've got people to meet, things to do. You're in that moment that kind of represents, because this is part of thinking about what you all have been doing in those last 3 months, right? You all can sort of make a roll to sort of think about those things you've been doing in these last 3 months. Warrior of the Sun, absolutely.
I think I want to roll. Damn, everything I want. Well, I would like to roll ideally.
And you can either, I would say either aspect or info. So either like a discover or a create advantage is what we're looking at.
I would like to create an advantage, but I'd really like to do it via deceive.
Okay.
Because I'm deceiving all of these women into like a legitimate garden party when it's actually
a sting.
A sting and a recruiting operation.
Also, you're thinking about like the setup, right? Is a pretty deceptive setup versus perform.
Right. So maybe I start writing those letters tonight or whatever it is.
Absolutely.
You would want an assist. Frida would help you because her penmanship is flawless from inviting so many people to so many parties.
I'll let her write them. They'll be from the both of us. We're gonna throw this shindig. But my deceive is very high. Now the question is, do I get my stunt to go with it? Because we're writing to potentially people that have never properly met us before.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So that'll add 2 more to that, plus another 1. Okay, so
Frida
this is with
totally. This is the thing that Frida is best at in life over the past 8 years: planning parties.
It's true.
If anyone
That's why
can
I
plan
was
a party, it's
true.
Frida.
right. That's why Falstaff was making such a huge damn deal about like we gotta get influential people. I was like, I got you. All we need is a breakfast and some hungry, thirsty ladies. So
Hungry, thirsty women.
He was thinking people who'd be influential enough to help you get people out of the country, but you do you.
You don't know.
We don't know. Hey.
Okay, so this is without the 1.
Yes.
Because this is built on a stunt. So.
Yep.
Okay, so that would be a 7 epic.
Plus the 1.
Plus the 1.
Yep.
So
that's a 7.
That
it does. That is a plus 2.
So I don't even need to use the.
You do not. You do not. Epic is epic, my friends. Oop, that's the wrong number.
We'll call this. What's a good? I need. Because it's built on deceiving. Oh, tainted tea time. You are so welcome for that.
Yeah.
All of you.
Yeah, tainted tea time. Yeah. There's a lot. Yep.
P cubed.
Ooh. Yes. Frida, what about you to represent these things you've been doing in the last 3 months?
Gosh, she's been doing a lot of training, but she did have Luke check in on her brothel a lot for her. And I'd like to think that she maybe made some asks, maybe some letters of introduction on Madame Cobra's part for some of the other smaller crime families. She already briefly met
the Duke.
What's his face? The Duke. Possibly forming some crime alliances because the Gestapo definitely seem like a problem at the moment.
Yeah, they are.
Yes, so yeah, she would want to form some crime alliances.
So give me, let's say, what would you like to roll for that? Rapport?
Yeah, I think rapport would be a good one. I'd say rapport, or if you would let me, will, to show that she is intense and strong. She feels strongly. I like to show that she's steadfast. She might be new, but she's here for the ride, and she's here to support other people who are also willing to stick it out against the French Gestapo.
Yes.
Show her nerves of steel a little
yes.
bit.
Stick it to them.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
Normally you'd think rapport for that, but I feel like there's something about like, oh no, actually you're actually kind of stone cold in a particular way that I'll take it. I'll take it.
Yeah. Because if she was just being pure pleasant, but I don't think she's being pure pleasantries. She's being creme boss, which is, I got nerves of steel, bitch. What you gonna do about it?
Yeah. Like rapport's also leadership, but I feel like there's something a little bit more intense going on right there. You know what I mean? It's
only a fair. Let's spend some fate points.
You know what? Wait, can Luke help you? He was technically in on this. Can he bolster your will roll?
He does have he does have will, so he can give you a +1, which puts you at a 3.
I'll still spend some fate points
to tie as a 4. To tie as a 4.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna spend 2 fate points.
Give me the aspects.
From the Viper's Den. I'm used to crime. I know how this crime family stuff works, and my relationship aspect, which has changed since last season. It's no longer subtle social manipulator. It's now stone cold manipulator.
That would work.
So that puts it up from a 3 to a 7.
And that will get you 2 free invokes. And so what should we call this?
I was thinking partners in crime, It might be a fun one.
Yes, I love it. Partners in crime, which leads us to
Because we're all in crime.
absolutely
Might as well be partners.
yes.
Or at least allies.
Which leads me to Pritam, who, by the way, they've been building a good Free India Center in Paris, which, of
That's what I was
course,
going to ask. Yeah.
yeah, they're expecting you to sort of be there for. What would you like to do?
Oh boy. Well, first off, probably start planning a trip to India.
Or get some people to come visit you. One of the.
I think that trying to convince both the king and queen of a kingdom to travel and leave their country and travel. Of course, he does have an older brother who is next in line, who can act as
and also a younger sister.
And a younger sister. So they can handle it. It's just a matter of, would I be able to convince a disgruntled father?
Yeah, and can I get the guest to come that I want? That's another question. I'm going to see what I can do.
You got the rapport?
I need the rapport for that guest. We will see.
Okay.
It's all about scheduling, because I was like, oh yeah, I see what you're going for. I got it. I got you. If I can get this guest, I'm gonna be so happy. That's all I'm gonna say about
those
that.
fate points.
Yes.
Okay. So do you want me to? I'm just curious. What would be better? I mean,
let me help you look at your.
I feel like it would be beneficial if I could bring literally a king and queen to this social gathering and raise it and elevate it to the next level.
So.
Oh, okay. What tugs at any parent's heartstrings more than anything else?
Grandchildren.
Yes.
Well, no. Well, maybe that. Oh well, I guess that's more in a happy direction. But how long has he been here? It's been what? Not even a year.
No, it's been
right?
less than a year. Yeah.
Yeah. So that wouldn't be. It's when their child appears to be in danger.
Yeah.
Empathy.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
You're gonna play into empathy. Oh, what a good boy.
Oh, your son.
Frida is so proud.
Sick.
Yeah.
So sick.
Aw,
Or maybe
No
wanting to get
bedridden.
married. That too.
That too. I feel like no. Knowing Indian parents.
Yeah.
You do. I will.
Don't
be
spring that on
putting
them.
myself- that would be putting me in a situation that
Or
would
you might
already
die.
be hostile.
Yeah. They might show
Yeah.
up, but it might not be the way you want them to.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So, I would say more so.
You could use medicine for that if you wanted to,
I could
or deceive. Like
send
the
out.
ones. Yeah.
So I have a couple ideas. I think the highest one. So as a doctor, I know how to
Yes.
write.
Yeah.
Obviously, reports and such.
Yeah.
So perhaps my option then is to use medicine or medic.
Yeah.
And create a false report to send to my parents, showing me in a very dire health situation.
Yeah.
And
That's cool.
perhaps I was delirious and was calling out for my parents.
Yes. Absolutely.
Tug at those heartstrings.
Absolutely.
Mom, come rub my back.
Roll that medicine. Absolutely. 100%. 100%.
All right, come on, baby.
Okay,
that is a fair.
That's you need a 4.
I do have 3 fate points. So I'm going to use one of them. Much.
Tell me what the you're going to want to spend 2, and then I need the aspects.
So I'm going to be using, well, first and foremost, my high concept as a trained Oxford doctor. And then my free aspect of disarmingly charming and endearing.
Yes.
Hey, and you know what? Our
Yes.
season aspect is hard choices. Guess what this is?
Yes,
That's
it
a hard
is.
choice.
Yes, it is.
Well, it wouldn't be for a parent. I feel like that is a no-brainer for a parent.
No, but it's a hard choice for you to do this.
Yeah. That is true. That is true.
I'm gonna be a dick child. Okay. So that's 2 fate points.
Yes.
You want it or just 1?
Just 2 fate points. And then we'll call that
that will put me at what, a 6?
Yes, it will. Which is enough for 1 an advantage with 1 free invoke. What do we call it?
Wait, if you do all 3 of those,
then you get 2.
And your last fate point, then you could get 2.
Yes,
and I'll do that.
Yes.
That's fine. Yes.
Yeah, and you can use the hard
but
choice.
I would need to say, and then that'll be my hard choice one. Okay, cool. There we go.
So what's the aspect name?
Ooh, child in peril.
Child in peril.
A child in a supposed peril.
Child in peril.
Peril. Yes.
Yes. Child in peril. I love that. That is perfect. and that will be with 2 free invokes that will be coming your way to set you all up for the future. And now I just have, I need you all to do just 2 things for me. First, I'm wondering if, let me make a roll. I just need to make 1 roll, 2 really. The first one, let me make this. Da 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 da. Great. Wonderful. Let's do this. That is an assault of a 2. Can I get the snakes to
Is that
defend?
the snakes
Yes,
to
it
defend?
is.
Are they attacking the brothel?
They are attacking your people on the streets. It's a little bit of a,
okay.
you know, beating up people on the streets is what this is.
Sure.
It's a bit of a shakedown. It's a little bit
So
of
the snakes are on bully duty, basically.
All right. So this would be security. So
Yes,
I would
it
not
would.
be able to use my stunt to protect the nest.
because they're not going after your
Okay.
business just yet. They're on the edges.
All right. Well, this might not go as well. We'll see. I could roll. Oh, I rolled good.
Hey,
they'll
nice.
spend their fate point to raise that up to a 4.
I will spend my fate point. What aspect are you using, by the way?
Oh, Circle of Informants. They got
Oh.
ahead up.
Oh,
They got word that
absolutely.
was coming.
Absolutely. The French Gestapo are criminals with a badge, however. So I get to spend that flight point to it's a tie, and I'm gonna have to spend 1 more if I want to actually get a little bit of stress on you.
They already have stress.
You got
They don't
fate
need more
points,
stress.
Lindy.
Boom.
Don't you? That was both of their fate points for the snakes.
Can you spend your fate points?
Yes, you can.
Oh,
But
well, if I can spend my fate
how many?
point,
How many do you have left? Because you spent.
I have 2 personally.
You have 2 personally left. By the way, I'm going to spend 1 more, and when I say these things out loud, then you get to know their aspects. So I use their criminals with a badge, and also their major goal:
Ooh.
bleed Paris dry
Ooh.
Oh.
to bring me up to a 6.
Okay. So I'm at a 4
Mm-hmm.
right now. They're gonna be up to 6. Well, I'm going to spend one of my personal fate points
Mm-hmm.
using from the Viper's Den because I know
Fair.
how you criminals work.
Fair.
And so now that's a 6.
Fair. We are tied.
We are. You know what? Let me look at this. Ooh. I'm gonna use a game aspect.
Oh,
Huh.
tell me.
I'm gonna use the game aspect in the spotlight. The Gestapo. It's there's too many witnesses.
Spend that fate point.
So yes. So now I'm at 8.
Okay, no stress for you. Fine. That's
Thank
fine.
you.
That's fine.
Spend those fate points.
Because you're gonna get more of
Yes.
them, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
That's
So
fair.
that's yeah. There's too many people watching.
That is fair.
It drew too much of a crowd
Yes.
because
That is fair.
we heard it was going on.
And to give you a sense of what this means, they've had their people wandering about, like seeing people in the criminal world, knocking them over, shaking them down,
Mhm.
threatening them, giving them a bit of a
Mhm.
punch up, being like
They shook up the little bird once before, so
they actually
yeah.
went to the thing itself, but they were like, let's not go there. But now they're like on the edges. And I'm gonna have 1 more roll, and this is gonna be for you all.
Ooh. Yeah, I know
as
I
the
could have used
roses.
partners in crime, but I'm holding on to that for next time.
You could have, but you're like, I see, it's fine. I'm gonna
Yeah.
need you all. Let me make my roll, shall we?
Oh, no.
Hello, how are you? Let's see. Nazi SS, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. And let's they're gonna go and do a discover action. Because why wouldn't they do that?
Mhm.
Intelligence. We have a 3 against the roses. I'll need a deflection.
Okay. Okay. Can we undermine that intelligence?
Well, this is
Or
defense
only
first.
deflect it? Okay.
Yeah, you have to deflect.
Who's rolling it? I rolled earlier. I'm not doing it.
I mean, I rolled before, but I'll do it if you want me to.
I
I
was
thought-
gonna say I just rolled for some
Jeez.
stakes, but I'll roll it if you want.
Go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead. Go
sure,
ahead. I don't want to do it.
Deflection.
Oscar's been having great rolls, by the way. Just
Deflection
saying.
for the roses of Paris.
Come at you with a 3.
Okay. Let's see how it go. Could have been worse.
Down by
Could have been
2.
worse.
Well, I've got a personal fate point I'm gonna spend. And I'm gonna spend
I've got 2.
it- Okay, great.
I
I'm
need-
gonna
I need aspects.
spend it. I think I'm gonna spend it on the increasing needs with too many eyes. That's the weekly faction threat. This is there's too many. There's too much going on. They don't know what's good intel.
Yeah. Okay. I think that is fair. That's a 3 to 3, yes?
I'll spend one on Oscar's personal, the balance of war, his trouble aspect. So,
okay. I will spend my one last fate point on the oppressive power of a zealous Nazi police state to make that tied.
What in the what?
That's their high concept.
What do we have? Hang on, y'all. Let's take a peek.
I've got another personal one I can throw into this too. So.
But I need an
Okay.
aspect.
We
But
are.
He's also at a fate point, so this would be the time to attack him back.
I mean, we're playing both sides, y'all.
Yeah.
We are.
Flat out.
Yeah, so I'll spend my
Last
fate
one.
point. That takes me away, Calgon, to having done.
Yep.
This was a discover action, and you know what that means.
We get to ask a question of them, don't we?
You get to ask a question of them. So, this was discover action looking at intelligence. So you may ask an intelligence-based question of the SS. Now, think about what this means. They've been sending out feelers. They've been asking questions. They've been like, out and about trying to figure out what they can find out, which gives you an opportunity to find out something about them in return instead.
Right. Not the question yet, Trooper, just to the group. Thoughts on asking what kind of information they're wrangling up, because that lets us know, are they searching for people? Are they
That's a great I think that's a great question. What are they looking for?
what are they looking for? Yeah. What
Because
are
if
they
we know what they're
trying to
looking for, we
wrangle
can
up?
help. That'll help us know what to avoid or what to play on. I agree. I think it's a great question.
That is a great question.
Gents,
So,
thoughts?
yes, the answer to that question is they are looking they're trying to find a radio operator who goes by the name of Guildenstern.
They have the other people.
Yep, you're right. Okay, well that confirms a whole lot of stuff. Oscar, you may not even got to go looking for him. You might just be able to report straight back to Falstaff.
Yeah, I do
but-
now.
Yeah, no, I gotta find him.
He's like, I gotta find him and kill him now.
Yes, they're looking for a radio operator named Guildenstern and some kind of a description. They're trying to find out where Guildenstern might be and what Guildenstern might look like.
All right, it's time for a new code name.
Yep.
That's not time for a new code name.
New code name.
Yep.
Good morning, Falstaff. What a pleasant Sunday. This is now Bob.
Yep. Yep, precisely. Okay, cool. That's awesome. That's
You
good.
can go with Rosencrantz. I'll never see it.
They'll
coming.
never see it coming.
They'll never see it coming.
And that was the SS.
That was the
looking for
SS.
Yes.
Unless you have something that you would like to do, would you like to spend?
I'm all out of personal fate points, or I would totally just poke at the Gestapo a little myself. But I don't think that's a good idea with no fate points for me. So me and the snakes are dry. The Roses of Paris do have 2 of their own fate points though at the moment. So they could try
The
to get
working
some
women
intel.
do too, right?
They have one.
Could we set off their track around the intel that they're looking for? Like send them down the
Ooh,
wrong
give them a
path?
false trail to take up their
Undermine?
time.
Doing an undermine.
Yeah, to undermine them, which would be a 2 for the working women. And they'd have at least have a fate point. So
Oh, could we undermine them to lead them that Guildenstern? The call might be coming from inside the house, type of thing. They're looking for a radio operator, but that radio operator might be German.
Oh, and you know what? Just in case it ever
They are too.
right, and just in case it ever does leak, that information from top secret German information got out, we could say it got out via Guildenstern inside. It would be a good cover. That's good. Okay.
This sounds
All right,
like
here
an
we go.
attack to me.
Ooh.
Undermine.
It sounds like it's an undermine attack.
Okay, yeah, an undermine attack. I'd say so. Yeah.
I mean, again, the Roses of Paris, they haven't spent any of their fate points. They
Mhm.
still have 2 fate points.
And the working women will have at
Okay,
least
8
one,
yeah.
so we'll see how it goes. For them to.
So who's going to be taking the lead on this attack? Because that's the person who, right? You asked it.
Yeah. What is your undermine for the
working women have
one?
2.
Have 2.
Roses
and a
have 3.
Should be the roses.
So the roses do it. The working women support.
Yeah.
Yep. Agreed. Okay, y'all.
I
here
have
we
no
go.
fate points. That's the worst.
Yep.
Yay.
I feel like this is inappropriate.
Undermine. We'll roll and we'll add for their help.
Okay, what do you have there? Ooh, that seems inappropriate. Where did that come
seems.
from?
Look at those
7
+3 and a 0.
Have a 7, and you know what?
7.
Because Roses of Paris, we have. Do we have any fate points for them?
2.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, why don't
Let's
we
pump up the jam.
go ahead and spend one, y'all? Because we are playing both sides. This is what we are literally doing. So we're just gonna undermine and make them believe Guildenstern is inside of SS headquarters, not an outside faction.
Well, I'm gonna take us over to the Op 4 pyramid for a moment. Let me just go here for a second. First off,
let's stress out the SS.
Let's go to those pyramids.
Yeah, we got to go to the pyramids right now. Is what we got to do. We're my friends. We have to go to a pyramid because this is that's an 8, and
That would
I
be
don't
a
have
9.
fate
A
points.
9.
A 9. So you have
Yeah, it'd be 9.
So you have. Let's go and spend one of your stressors because you spent one up there. And then the working women sort of aided, right? So they're going to get a little bit of a 1 in there. So you've used a little bit of stress. And why don't we go over to the Op 4 chart for a moment? Because the Gestapo are not in as good of a position anymore because they've lost a level.
No, they're all the way down here.
They are all the way down there. I'm going to roll their security for this one because that's what you do, right? It's a little bit of security. And let's roll it. And they do not have any relevant stunts either, by the way, that will help them with that.
7-point difference.
Okay.
That's math, everybody. That's math.
Right.
And there are more fate points if we wanted to make it even.
Don't
if we wanted
have
to give them a
any
nice
more
consequence.
fate points.
Yeah, we do.
Don't have
I'm
any
saying,
more fate points.
Wait, if we wanted to
soak? How
stress them
much can we
out,
soak?
like maybe
Wait.
give them a nice consequence.
Wait, I got a boost somewhere. I got a boost at some point in
You
time.
have one boost.
You have one little boost.
Eyes on the resistance,
earlier.
which I will use. I will use my eyes on the
So
resistance.
now it's like a 6-point difference.
Yes, so it's 4.
Rather than a 7.
Yes.
6
Yeah, I
points.
say we use more group fate points.
That would make it 8 difference.
Because it's currently what? It's currently it's
So if
you're
we do
9
that,
to
it
my
goes
5.
from 9 to 4.
Because right now we
No,
have a
9 to
5
6.
difference. We have a 5 difference right now. Because it's your 9
So
9
we'll take it
towards
to
my 4.
7.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Boost was only +1 and not +2.
No, boosts are plus
Not
2.
a boost.
It's
Boost
plus
plus 2.
But they go away immediately. Like you basically
2
That's
plus 1
right,
plus
that's
2
right.
plus 1.
you lose them or like so aspects.
So
aspects are
5-point difference. Okay.
So a 5-point difference if we spend the last fate point, which is going to refresh.
Yeah.
It would
Mhm.
make it 7 at least.
Mhm.
What would be the aspect?
Oh, I think that that might give the SS some hard choices if they think that it's someone inside of their own ranks.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. Are there consequence boxes public information or is that hidden? It is. If you once you know it, it is up front. Like they don't know what their aspects are except for the main high concept they know.
Mhm.
The other things they know until they discover them, and once they discover them, then they know them. And so right now they don't have any consequences at the moment. But you're looking at spending that last fate point, making it a 7-point difference.
You can make a nice 7-point difference.
Okay, sure. Okay, so let me see. They're going to take those 7 shifts. They've got a 2 and a 3 stress box. They'll take that 3, and they'll give themselves a nice 4-slot consequence. And that 4-slot consequence, which is not good for them.
It's a moderate consequence.
Yes, it is. That's a moderate consequence, which will last for 2 months.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that buys us some time.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
It will. That is a 2-month consequence. And I'm going to also note, besides it being a 2-month consequence, you get a free invoke on it. because you always get a free invoke when you put somebody a consequence on somebody. That is going to be, let's call it from inside the house. Right?
Yeah.
From inside the house, which is actually also not necessarily inaccurate, to be honest, because some people actually work for the Gestapo. From inside the house. That is what you got. And with that, a little bit of
I think that was a good, nice little undermine there based on the information we got.
Thank you for reminding us to dump our fate points, Greg.
Yeah, because you're gonna get more back. And so with that moment where you knew that there were some people coming out asking questions, and this a little bit of misinformation on the return, some working women dropped a couple of things off here, perhaps, a couple of rumors over there, a couple of things said at a party or a meeting. And now the SS thinks that perhaps there might be somebody inside of their own house that might be working against them. And this is how we are starting our season, my friends. And so I want to thank everybody for being here. That's our episode. And let us do our outros. I'm very, very excited. And let me tell you what, I'm also excited to see if I can get our guest. If I can get our guest, I'm gonna be over the moon. And you will be over the moon as well. But I can't tell you now because I don't want to jinx it. So I want to thank.
Any hints?
No, I don't want to jinx it.
Okay.
It's gonna be somebody amazing if I can get it to happen, though.
Okay.
Trooper, can I go first and then jump? Because my internet is going in and out. Hi, everybody. My name is Greg Grimjack21502. I love being here. Everybody's awesome. See you next week.
Love. Give love.
I love everybody. I love everybody equally.
Nice.
I can't not love anybody, but if I had to pick, like the Scarecrow and the Wizard of Oz, I love you the most, Trooper.
Aww.
If I had to pick.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. KP.
Yes. My name is KP. Hi. I do a lot of things. I do a lot of TTRPG things. I'm all over the place. You can find me on Twitter as KP11 Studios. And my love goes to I think my love this time. I think I want to give it to Dot for all the shenanigans she started pulling today. All of the planning and the cool ideas that she kept throwing out. It was like one after the other. And then my other love has to go to Greg with that backstory. Oh God, why do you gotta tug at our heartstrings every episode? That's not fair. That's not cool.
If you're gonna give me strings, I'm gonna tug at them. I'm a musician. That's what you do, right? I play a stringed instrument.
But yeah, excited and can't wait. What a way to start this season.
Yeah. Lindy.
Hi, that's me. I'm Lindy, and my cat is perched at what seems like to be an awkward position, but she demands a chin rest. And we really love this game, and we love these people. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, but not for the next 3 weeks, 2.5, 3 weeks, because I'm taking a break. So suck it. Too bad for you guys, because I'm gonna be away from my computer for a bit, and it's gonna be lovely. And then I'll be very, very excited and itching to get back to it when I get back. But my love for tonight, it was great to have Dot back with us tonight because we played last week, and it was great. But there's just so much enthusiasm in the air tonight, being fully reunited as a cast, and it was just it was palpable. I could feel it. And I loved it.
So good, yeah.
It felt so good. So I loved that. Bless Pritam's little heart. He is just struggling so much right now, and I feel bad for him, and I'm here for it. I'm also going like, oh, that's not gonna be good for him. He's got a lot to learn. So bless him and bless his little heart, and I'm sorry for him in advance. And of course, Greg, for that flashback scene with his son, that was just touching and moving and delightful. And we got to see Dora. So yeah, that was my love for Trooper Dora. She was delightful and amazing, and I loved getting to see her again. And yeah, that's me.
And I was gonna say, season 5 is just gonna be you all just watching Pritam slowly deteriorate and just start like getting effed all over.
But everybody has a lot of expectations of him, and I'm sure that will not be at all be problematic.
No. And I also loved all our Jäger talk. That was so much fun.
So wait. Do you think if you get really good, you'll become Jägermeister?
Jägermeister.
Oh my god.
Dot, how about you?
No, I refuse to do my outro after that.
Oh, man.
I refuse. I'm Dot. Y'all can find me online anywhere. Little Red Dots are found online. Spent a lot of time with Kobold Press and my podcast Stitch of Fate, which our dear KP is going to be guesting on in the last few episodes of our season, which is going to be pretty cool. So check it out. Okay, it has felt so good for all of us to like be back together, no doubt about it. But I have to give my star tonight to last week's cast for all the many ways they like set us up for success. We had some great moments. Like I love Frida's like little pregnancy moments and Preetam's innocence, and as always, Oscar's just heartfelt. Like, but yeah, I have to give it out to last week's cast for like setting us up for some stuff.
And you know what we're all set up for now?
What's that?
Next week is the first of our duo episodes.
Yes.
And it is
Have fun,
Greg and Dot. Greg
Need
and
some
Dot
Jaeger action
in
Jaeger
a duo,
dates.
my friends. I would love to know what's going to happen because we've got to a nice moment. Like, it's the end of our day. We're going to go to somewhere else. We're going to see what's going to happen. And I'm going to also note that right after that, we have a Dot and KP duo. So we've got 2 duos in a row, and I'm very excited to see how that's going to work out because
It's a lot of eyebrow action, y'all.
yes. So that said, I want to thank Rissa for 300 bits, who said, "Poor Oscar," and we know what this is about. And then Hawkeye at the same time, I wonder when this was. You know when. Who says 105 bits and says, "Oh, this is so hard to listen to as a dad." We know exactly what time this was. And then $50 from In Memoriam to help pay for our cast, who says, "When will the collective we learn? Listen, acknowledge, remember, teach, love." Absolutely. That was about refugees. And then 1,000 bits from Rissa, who says, "Love this show cast so much, as do I. I am troopersjp, and I am the GM for these shenanigans. And let me tell you what, I love this cast so much. I love all the presents they give me because they give me presents. They say things like, oh gosh, what would happen if, like, I don't know, I were like single and like there were eligible people, but I guess they're no eligible like Nazis." I was like, oh, there are. And there are.
I didn't say that
Here's the
at all.
worst one ever.
Yes. Yes.
That's not what I said, though.
Sure.
No.
Sure. Basically.
That's what Trooper heard, though.
That's what I heard.
That's what Trooper heard. It was
Yeah.
not like me trying to get somewhere being like, oh, does
You
this
know what
officer wearing a wedding ring? And he'd be like, yeah. And I'd be like, okay, never mentions it again. That's definitely,
Look,
yeah.
I'm here for you. When you tell me that you want to find an eligible single Nazi officer, I will give you one because I care.
I wasn't just trying to like
care.
get past a certain situation.
Yeah, no, I care. I do. Yeah.
It'd be great.
You know what I realized is that Trooper is one of those jinns, those genies that you have to be explicitly specific on your wish.
That's true.
If you're not,
It's true.
there's a lot of room
just
for
don't say
interpretation,
anything
and it's always going to be the worst.
ever.
No. If you don't say anything, I'll intuit. I'll intuit that what you really want is a fiance. And we'll find a way to make it happen. We'll make it happen.
That's not okay.
And I want to go and thank Willen for that one last 100 bits coming right in, who says, boy, that scene with Max and Dora, maximum feels. And I'm still thinking about them. And I got to tell you, folks, I hope I can get this guest. If I can get this guest, it's going to be off the chain. That's all I got to say. We will see how it goes. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I want to thank every single one of you who's been watching us, all of you on YouTube as well. And you know what? Let's go give our channel points to see if we can go and help this crew. Also, side note, you can give channel points every day. I don't know if you can only do it when I'm live or if you can do it anytime during the day, but I will be streaming, of course, multiple times on my channel throughout the rest of the time period.
I'll surprise us next week.
There'll be lots of options. And we're going to find out what are our happy married couple, Regina and Oscar, going to get up to next week. I am excited. We'll be streaming for
Combat and shopping.
Yeah, that and shopping. So thank you very much. You can also find me tomorrow at noon, because today's Friday. Tomorrow at noon for The Outer Worlds. And everybody, this is the best cast. Go look up some history because some of it's amazing. Go look up Carl Jäger. He's not a good person.
He's not amazing.
But he's recently divorced, so he's single.
He is amazing at being horrible.
Take care, everybody. And we will catch you all on the flip side. Bye. Bye.